Welcome, everyone, to our Tuesday, June 27th, work session of the BOCC. We are beginning with our aviation demand forecast. Welcome to everybody who's come, and thank you so much for being here. I want to point out that Jackie Francis and Megan Haynes are here from the Airport Advisory Board. Thank you guys for joining us at the table. I really appreciate it. And John, I will let you introduce everybody else. Rosa, can you give him a hand?
Yeah.
There should be one.
Yeah, I got it.
This one right there. They're on this side. They're right here.
Rosa can help him, Suzanne.
Oh,
Okay, good.
thanks.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Francie. And I'll give a brief introduction to the conversation that we're having today, along with Dan Bartholomew, our airport director, and then we'll introduce the speakers. I would note that today has been kind of set up as almost a panel discussion. We're going to have our staff and consultants who develop the aviation forecast provide a presentation. We have a guest with us today, Amory Lovins, who is going to provide information that he's produced as part of Aspen Fly Right that challenges some of those assumptions. We do have representatives from the FAA here today also who will introduce, following the two presentations, Francie will be asking you to manage basically a question and answer period where questions can be asked by our representatives from the Airport Advisory Board as well as board members to any of the participants. What we are doing here today is really following up on a discussion that started back in 2019. The board at that time appointed 123 citizens to a set of committees around an airport visioning process. Those 123 citizens were divided into 5 work groups that included a focus group that primarily looked at ground transportation issues, an airport experience working group, a technical working group, a community character working group. And those 4 working groups then advised ultimately an airport vision committee, which originally consisted of about 22 people. We did have one person step down because they thought they might have a conflict with future projects. And that Airport Vision Committee was tasked with making recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners regarding whether to pursue airport improvements that were outlined in a 2018 environmental assessment, including increased runway taxiway separation that is really part of meeting full Group 3 standards that are established by the Federal Aviation Administration. Rather than simply making a yes-no, a binary choice about whether to pursue those improvements or not, the Airport Vision Committee chose to recommend a set of interrelated measures, all designed to reflect a really, I think, hard-earned set of compromises and consensus about what should be done at our airport regarding measures that would reflect community values and goals, while also improving safety, leading and having substantial reductions in air pollution and noise. Those recommendations were adopted by a 20-to-1 vote of the Airport Visioning Committee. Those recommendations included 12 common ground recommendations with 90 sub-recommendations, which were almost entirely, some small modifications made by the board, but adopted in a resolution 105-2020 to give staff direction for future airport improvements. The ALP airport layout plan is a step that is required by the Federal Aviation Administration to be updated to really give us the go-ahead through the FAA to pursue the improvements that were recommended by the Airport Vision Committee and adopted by the board. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan to kind of talk about where the aviation demand forecast fits in to this airport layout plan process. And Dan, I'll ask you to introduce the team after that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Good afternoon. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. An airport layout plan is essentially a roadmap for an airport, and it allows the airport to meet certain federal requirements to ensure such things as correct design for an airport, safety, such standards as that, but it also makes the airport eligible for federal funding. It is required to have an approved airport layout plan for the facility to be eligible for future federal funding for the projects that are depicted on the airport layout plan. One of the components of an approved airport layout plan is an FAA approval of a fleet mix and forecast, which we're bringing to you today. So with that, I'll introduce the team that's going to be going through the details of that. First, Mr. Brad Jacobson with Jacobson Daniels and Mr. Bill Flock, also with Jacobson Daniels. They're our airport layout plan consultants, and they developed the fleet mix. They're developing our airport layout plan. As a component of that, they're also developing the fleet mix and forecast for that project. We also have with you today Jackie Francis and Meg Haynes, Chair and Vice Chair, respectively, of our Airport Advisory Board.
Welcome back to the work session of the BOCC on June 27th, 2023. We're just about to start our aviation demand forecast. However, we had a little technical difficulty, and hopefully it's fixed. We have been losing power on and off all day. So those of you from the FAA out there, thank you for your patience, and anybody else who's watching. I will go back to Jacobson Daniels, our airport consultants, with our fleet mix forecast.
So very quickly, Francie, before I forget, just wanted to mention, we do, yes, as you mentioned, we do have the FAA online. We have Mr. John Bauer, who's the manager of the FAA Denver Airport District Office. He's the same individual that came up to speak with us
Right.
a couple months ago. He's joined by Mr. John Sweeney and Mr. Jesse Lyman as well. In the audience, we also have Bill Tomchich, who's an aviation professional, an airline consultant. And just want to make sure I don't forget anyone here. Oh, and then Mr. Lovins is here also to speak.
Cannot hear back here? Can't hear. Nobody.
Yeah, you won't
Okay.
hear back there. That's not a technical problem. That's just the speakers at the table. We don't have broadcasting.
Can hear, that would be very much appreciated so the public can hear.
Thank you, Ellen. So if we could just speak up at the table, thank you.
Okay, I'll do my best. And then Mr. Avery Lovins from Aspen Flyride is here. So with that, I will just turn it over to Jacobs Daniels to give a presentation on the aircraft forecast and fleet mix.
Can we, because we won't be able to see the presentation.
that's a good point.
because the
They're
screen's-
working on it.
Okay.
They're trying to get the TVs on.
Brad, I think you have an introduction, or do you need the slides? Oh, you do need the slides. Much better. You do? Okay, I guess he's
I have them all right here, we can pass them around.
Brad's easy.
He knows it.
You're just
I do
messing.
everything in paper for moments like this.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. I'm Brad Jacobson. I'm principal and co-owner of Jacobson Daniels Associates. I've been a practicing aviation consultant for 35 years. My company, professional airport planning, implementation, and operational services to the aviation community since 2001. We were hired in the fall by the county to update the airport layout plan in accordance with BOCC Resolution 105-220. With me today is he's the primary author of the forecast and fleet mix that we're talking about today. Bill has been involved in aviation demand forecasting and financial planning for over 30 years and has developed dozens of aviation forecasts for commercial airports around the country, all of which have been reviewed and approved by either the FAA or by Wall Street. So we've got a presentation today that is going to provide an overview to our forecast and fleet mix efforts.
Do you want us to wait for the presentation?
It's up to you. I mean, it's not that
I
great
mean,
of a,
I have it, but I
Visual.
don't, the public doesn't, and
No, the public,
I think it would probably help.
they do.
yeah,
But the rest of us,
So here in the
Don't.
room, no, because we can't see the screens, but grassroots is protecting that, so.
But, and so, do we have hopes of being
Hit that.
able to project it?
I can't answer that question right now. I think there might have been a power surge when the power switched over that affected the brains of the AV here. That one's not working.
Megan, do you have
either.
it?
I'm good.
Megan? Meg, do you have it? Do you have a way of looking at it? No. No?
No, none of the signals are coming through this.
Go to the Wi-Fi and I'll tell you what the password.
Nancy, would you just make an announcement to the public?
Okay. All right, well, we're looking at it, but you don't have it.
I can see it. I've seen it before.
A few times.
Yeah, Rosa, what's the guest password?
Behind you,
Pick and guess.
15 county cares.
Okay, let's continue then.
All right.
See if that one's working.
So, Francie, would you just let the public know what's going on?
Sure, we're having, still having problems with our computers. We don't have visual right now, but we do have audio, and if you, go to the
I'll come back
packet,
and
the
check
Pickens County packet for today, you will see the presentation that Jacobson Daniels has given us. It's probably not word for word, but with the presentation. But we're going to try to go on, and we will make further decisions as we lose more power or get more power or whatever might happen.
Interrupt me at any time. So over the past several months, the discussions at the Airport Advisory Board have focused on the forecast and future fleet mix. And it's understandable because the forecast and fleet mix is what we are doing. It's understandable that that would be the focus, but I think it's important to provide some context to the what we're doing by considering the why and the how. So, as the FAA indicated when they addressed the BOCC in April, they've been working closely with the county for over 10 years to try to resolve the non-standard conditions that exist at the airport. Most principally among those is the separation between the taxiway and the runway. Currently, it's 320 foot. The FAA standard is 400 feet.
He's just waiting.
Sorry.
What'd she say?
Just keep going.
Eliminating the non-standard conditions at the airport is a focus of the FAA in order to enhance safety, as they repeatedly explained to the group in April. Now, the county's most recent solution to the runway taxiway separation is to shift the taxiway 80 foot to the east, as opposed to shifting the runway 80 foot to the west, which was the previous recommendation. The common ground recommendations, these all came out of the ASE visioning process. As you are aware, the result in the common ground recommendations, one of which was to shift the taxiway to the west. Those recommendations also called for developing a new terminal, among other things. Now, it's important to note here that meeting the FAA's requirement for the runway taxiway separation is not being done in order to accommodate larger aircraft. It's being done to meet the FAA standard. The consequence of meeting the FAA standard may be that larger aircraft will operate at the airport, but it's not the intent. It is a consequence. The intent is to meet the FAA standard. To a large extent, BOCC Resolution 105-220 is why we're updating the ALP. It directed the staff to coordinate with the FAA for the purposes of updating the airport layout plan to reflect the common ground recommendations. That is really the why that we're doing what we're doing. But there's another important consideration that I think is being overlooked here. So for the same 10 years that the FAA and the county were working to figure out how to resolve the non-standard conditions at the airport, the runway pavement continued to age to the point that it is now well past the threshold that it should be reconstructed. We typically would plan for a reconstruction of a runway, an active runway, every 20 to 25 years. Your airport runway was reconstructed in 1986. It's 37 years old. As a result, predictably, it is deteriorating. It's deteriorating to the point that in the last 15 months, the airport has spent over $9 million repairing and maintaining the pavement. They've done core samples of the substructure underneath the runway. They've commissioned pavement condition studies. They've done non-destructive testing, all in an attempt to figure out the condition of the runway and how long before the pavement is likely to fail. So I liken this to the analogy of a homeowner whose roof is at the end of its useful life and is beginning to deteriorate. The homeowner has a choice. You can replace the roof, or you can let it go.
That was dramatic effect.
And risk the roof leaking and potentially damaging the rest of the house. And I think in this example, if you'll allow me to kind of stretch that analogy a little bit, it's perhaps more like a museum who has a roof that's beyond its useful life and is deteriorating. And the museum owner can replace the roof, or they can risk a leak that could potentially damage some very expensive artwork in the museum. So as President Kennedy famously quoted Congress in 1962, "The time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining."
I like that quote. We should use that one up front.
I just have to ask a question right here. I'm sorry, I cannot wait until you're done.
Go ahead.
What about the status of the taxiway at this time? Does it also need reconstruction?
I think it's being studied.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to the BOCC resolution directing the staff to update the AOP, there's 3 other reasons why you should update the AOP. First is safety. If safety is important to the community, reconstructing the runway should be a priority. It's the responsible thing for the owner to do to mitigate the risk of pavement failure and damage to an aircraft or worse. Now, I understand there may be some in the community who are willing to accept that risk, but you all need to decide if you're willing to accept that risk. Second issue is availability. As the pavement continues to deteriorate, the maintenance and repair of that will become more frequent, and it'll be longer durations, which means the runway's unavailable, which means the airport is unavailable. Again, availability of the airport may be something that some in the community don't value, but you need to decide, is it something that the entire community can live without? The last issue is cost. So as the maintenance and repairs become more frequent and longer in duration, they're going to be more expensive. And we've already seen that happen, and it will continue. Without federal funding, specifically AIP discretionary funding, the burden of that cost is going to fall to the airport and will likely divert funds from other needed or wanted projects like the terminal. So assuming, and again, I think there may be some in the community who are willing to accept that financial risk, but you need to decide if that's something that you're willing to accept.
I'd like to make sure our county manager is caught up. Did you hear what he was saying about the runway? Were you listening when you were out of the room?
I am aware of that, yes. And I will note while we have a break, we are going to be able to get video and audio in the overflow room for any members of the public that will want to see the slides. We should have that set up in about 10 minutes. Unfortunately, we had a power surge that's affecting a number of systems in the building right now, including doors and such. So I greatly apologize for this inconvenience. It's certainly not something that's in our control, but in about 10 minutes, you should be able to both hear and see in the Roaring Fork room next door.
Is it open?
Yes, it's open.
And can we move over there too?
I
I'm
will
just
leave
kidding.
that up to the board.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
All right, let's continue. The reason I did that, I'm sorry to interrupt again, is this is a completely different piece of information that's not in your forecast and that we didn't have before. So I'm a little concerned that it's like an incredibly different conversation, which could affect a whole lot of different decisions along the way. And I feel a little bit off track right now.
Well, I hope to put a bow around this as I continue through it, but the reason that I'm bringing this up is I feel like this was something that I was aware of when we were hired. It was all part, but it's just never part of the discussion.
Yeah.
And something that I wanted you to be aware of, because I think it's germane to the,
Well, I think you can understand where I'm going with that in terms of having to rebuild an entire runway anyway. So this is concerning, and I do think it's kind of a red herring that we didn't see coming. But what do you guys, should we just keep going and hear what else he has to say?
I think we needed to hear it, and I, for one, knew that our runway was failing, and I've been there before, done
Yeah,
that
well,
before.
Okay, well, let's go on.
so assuming that the BOCC remains committed to the resolution to update the ALP to reflect the common ground recommendations, that the community values safety, that they want a reliably available airport, that they want federal funding, and they want a terminal, that really encapsulates why we are doing what we are doing. So now, let's talk about how. The how is very straightforward. It's simple, maybe not easy, but simple, and it really is dictated by the FAA process. So the way that we are able to incorporate the common ground recommendations is to update the ALP and have the FAA approve it. The way that we ensure that the runway is available is to update the ALP and have the FAA approve it. Having an updated FAA-approved ALP allows the FAA to contribute to the projects from a financial standpoint, which is a great benefit. But here's the important part, and this is apparently misunderstood. Having an FAA-approved airport layout plan is a requirement regardless of which funds you're using to do the project. Let me say that again. Self-funding the common ground recommendations still requires an FAA-approved airport layout plan update. So, we have the why. We have a resolution, safety, availability, cost. We have the how. We have to have an FAA-approved airport layout plan update. Now, with that context, we can talk about the what, which is the forecast and the fleet mix. The first step in getting an FAA-approved airport layout plan is having the FAA approve your forecast and fleet mix. This is why we have worked so closely with the FAA throughout this process. It's why we have used standard, industry standard, FAA-approved forecasting techniques. It's why we had the FAA come in and address the BOCC and the Airport Advisory Board and answer the community concerns. And it's why they're on the phone today to be with us. They're our partners, and this is all being done in an attempt to ensure that the forecast and fleet mix can be approved. Now, if I had my presentation up, I'd have this really cool quote from the FAA that is a direct quote from the correspondence. Well, you can see it, right?
Well,
If you're on Zoom, I suppose.
yeah, I'm not on
Uh,
Zoom, so I guess I could get on Zoom. I was just looking at your packet. I could get on
I'll
Zoom.
read it for you. So
Go on Zoom.
early on, we
Continue.
had an initial draft of the forecast and fleet mix. And the initial draft used the aspirational 0.8% employment growth limit and the A220-100 critical design aircraft that are from the Common Ground recommendations. We reviewed that with the FAA, and they provide a written response that said, in part, as you are aware, these comments spurred a meeting on 3/2/23. During that meeting, the FAA's position was made clear that if this were the submitted forecast and fleet mix document, it would not be approved. The FAA provided the county and your consultant feedback regarding the necessary changes required in order for the document to be considered for approval by our office. They could not have been more clear what they were willing to accept. So I think there's a couple of things, before I turn this over to Bill to kind of talk about the details, there's a couple of things that I want to make sure that we're all in agreement and understanding, or at least I'm going to provide my understanding and you can take that for what it's worth. The forecast is not an oracle. It doesn't divine the future. It doesn't magically generate traffic at the airport.
I'm getting, Steve, is that?
I think it's your computer, Steve.
I just went on to Zoom so
Yeah.
I can see your slides now.
Okay.
Right, but did you,
Just hit mute.
I'm trying to keep my thing muted, so
It's the volume on your speaker.
I did.
Sorry.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. So the forecast is not an oracle, right? It doesn't divine the future. It doesn't tell you what's going to happen. And it doesn't magically generate activity, and it doesn't magically restrict activity. It doesn't decide what airplanes are going to come into your airport, and it doesn't restrict airplanes from coming to your airport. It is a planning tool. It is a planning tool that helps you plan facility improvements through the forecast horizon. That's it. It's a planning tool. Now, I'm going to turn this over to Bill, and he's going to talk about some of the details of our forecast and fleet mix.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us. And, one of the things, following on from what Brad said, is that the purpose of the forecast was not to promote or prescribe future air traffic, but it was to try to predict what we thought would happen. As you can see on the slide, over the last 22 years, traffic has been up and down at Aspen. Has been quite variable, but over the long run, traffic has continued to increase. And what we're trying to do is to just predict what we think that traffic level is going to be. And one of our basic assumptions is that this traffic is going to continue with or without an approved forecast. So it's not something that we can direct or control from our vantage point. Okay, Abe, thanks. In general, forecasts don't need to be complicated. They need to be largely based on common sense, and of course, they need to follow certain methodologies that are prescribed and followed by the FAA. And that's exactly what we did in our forecast. Sometimes it's kind of a forecaster's dilemma when it comes to the complexity of a forecast. Oftentimes, increasing the complexity of the forecast gives the forecaster more confidence, but doesn't necessarily make the forecast any more accurate. So that's something that we need to be aware of when we're developing a forecast for a document like an ALP update. Thank you. The next slide is just kind of the starting point of our analysis. How we looked at Aspen and how we broke down the historical patterns in Aspen to see what we thought is likely to happen here. So in our mind, there were three distinct patterns or periods of time over the last 22 years. The first is the early period from about 2000 to 2014, where traffic grew at a very slow pace of about 0.6%. And it's interesting, if you look at that period of time, how many negative events occurred during that time. The first 3, 4, 5 years of that, the nation in Aspen was recovering from the effects of 9/11 and the recession that followed. In 2007, there was the housing crisis and another recession. Fuel prices spiked, which drove up airfares and again depressed traffic. And then toward the end of this period in 2014, your low-fare carrier, Frontier, which typically stimulates traffic through low fares, pulled out of the market. The next period of traffic is from 2014 through 2019. And that's where it boomed, right? Where American Airlines came in, Delta added service. In a period of 4 or 5 years, you increased your number of seats and scheduled flights by about 30%. And then we have the long-term period that includes, both the slow growth and the high growth. And just based on this, just kind of our general approach was, we think that the future forecast is going to fall somewhere between this range. So this helped us bookend what we thought the forecast would be. Okay, thanks. The next slide is a comparison of 3 of the most common forecasts that we're dealing with. The top line is the current FAA's terminal area forecast for Aspen. Their current forecast predicts 2% growth over the next 30 years. The midline, or the red line, that's our ALP forecast. That growth is predicted at 1.3%. The bottom line, the green line, is the Common Ground Resolution 0.8% growth rate. So obviously you can see that's at the lower end of the forecast projections. Now what we thought was interesting was just looking at the difference between them all. So in 2032, at about the 10-year point, the difference between the ALP forecast and the Common Ground forecast is about 5.6%. Going out another 10 years to the 20-year mark, the end of the forecast horizon, the difference between the two forecasts is about 11.5%. So really not that large of a difference. Okay, thanks, Abe. This slide here compares some previously prepared forecasts done by other consultants, and again, compares them to our forecast, the ALP update, and the Common Ground forecast. Included in this mix is the 2018 EA forecast and the 2012 Master Plan forecast. The dashed red line represents the ALP forecast. So again, the point we're trying to make here is just that we think that our forecast falls within a very reasonable range of predictions. And it falls right in the middle of what's been predicted really at this airport over the last 10 years or so. Okay, thanks, Abe. This graphic actually came from an ASC Vision Committee meeting that was in December 20th, 2019. Now, I wasn't there, but we read this and researched this in preparing for our forecast. And a couple things that we thought were interesting. One is that, now I'm not certain, but it looks like the Common Ground forecast was based on the terminal area forecast for 2018, which at the time predicted 0.8% growth rate. Excuse me. But what we found very interesting and kind of, and really just coincidental, but interesting nevertheless, was that the historical period that was used to kind of provide the baseline for that 0.8% growth rate was a period of time where traffic grew at 1.3%, which again was just a coincidence that our projection is at 1.3%. But again, I thought it represented another way of suggesting that our forecast is at 1.3% is quite reasonable and matches up with historical trends here at Aspen. Another issue that came up recently was the concern about lodging and pillow capacity in Aspen. And we're aware of the rapid growth that's occurred over the last few years with the short-term rentals and the concern the community has about keeping a cap on that. And there was some concern that the employment growth would somehow outstrip the capacity of the lodging industry. And so we looked at the data that was provided by the Aspen County Resort Association. Their consultant pulled the pillows and unit counts together. And one thing that we found very interesting was that in 2009, which is the earliest data available, the number of enplanements that were accommodated by each pillow was 15.4 enplanements. Okay? Between 2009 and 2022, the number of pillows increased by 176%. But your enplanements only increased by 38%. So in 2002, those same pillows were now accommodating half as many enplanements, only 7.7. And so what that says to us is that gap between the 15.4 that was accommodated and what you're actually doing today provides the additional capacity that you'll need without any future pillows or units growth. Now, we think this is a very conservative forecast. We don't assume any growth at all in units or pillows. And I don't know how reasonable that is to assume over 20 years, but that's what we assumed. We also assumed that the pillow count would be, that it would be 80% availability. And that was one of the recommendations that the lodging consultant recommended. The other concession or concept we included in this was that according to U.S. Department of Transportation data, about 75% of your passenger traffic is visitor traffic, and the remainder is local traffic, people who live here, and so obviously won't be renting hotel rooms. But when we did this analysis, we assumed that 100% of your enplanement traffic was visitors. And one of the reasons we did that is we know there's a slice of traffic in here of passengers and enplanements that aren't counted through airline traffic numbers. So we included that in the count just to be a little more conservative with our analysis of capacity. So again, this was just to answer the question of, are we going to run out of capacity in the near term here in Aspen? Another issue that we know is very important to the community, and that is the total operations by general aviation and air taxi operations. According to the FAA, the way and the industry tracks airport statistics, there are three categories of traffic. We have local general aviation, we have itinerant general aviation, and we have air taxi. And oftentimes communities look at the three of those as one unit, and that's what we did here because we know that's kind of how Aspen looks at it. And so we just wanted to show you that our forecast for total GA and air taxi operations is we expect it to increase again, it's a coincidence, but at a rate of about 1.3% over the forecast horizon. So what that would mean is today there's about 40,000 operations of GA and air taxi. And over the next 22 years, we think that will increase slowly to about 50,000 by 2042.
Now, each of those different segments, local GA, itinerant GA, and air taxi, have different growth rates. We did individual forecasts for each of them, but again, we wanted to aggregate it because we just felt that would be the most appropriate way for you all to view it.
Yeah. So the last issue we want to talk about today is the fleet mix forecast. And we want to make the point that the fleet mix forecast is not an attempt to promote future air traffic by any particular type of aircraft. Again, what we're trying to predict is the most logical thing that's going to happen over the forecast horizon. Based on the aircraft that are serving the aircraft today, until the MOS or the modification of the standard is addressed, we believe the CRJ 700 will continue to serve the airport. We think it'll continue to serve it until about 2032, when it will be phased out by the airlines. In the next year or two, we believe the Embraer 175 will also enter the fleet mix here in Aspen. Long term, after the modifications of standards are completed and the runway is brought up to a full Group 3, we think the next logical step in the fleet mix progression would probably be the Airbus A220-100. That's currently a 109-seat aircraft configured by Delta, and we think that would be the next logical step. Now, long term, because the Group 3 runway because the Group 3 runway is going to be designed for 150-foot wide, the FAA's engineering matrices or engineering guidelines require that runway be designed to accommodate an aircraft of at least 150,000 pounds. So the next logical aircraft in that progression is the Airbus A220-300, which is also operated by Delta, an airline that currently serves your market. And that aircraft weighs about 156,000 pounds. And we think that would be the next logical progression in the fleet mix. Now, again, the airlines are going to make that decision as to which aircraft serve this market. And it's going to be based on demand. So if there's no demand for a larger Airbus A220-300, they're not going to serve the airport. They're not going to serve the airport because that's what the fleet mix says. The fleet mix is primarily designed to provide for the proper design of the runway going forward. So we just want to make sure that
It's a planning tool.
yes.
That's how the FAA is looking at it, as a planning tool, and they want to ensure that you're not planning to restrict activity in any way.
Okay, so that's a quick wrap-up of our forecast, and we're happy to take any questions or discussion that follows, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bill. All right, I will take questions from the board for our consultants at this time. And after we've satisfied our questions there, we will move on to a presentation by Amory. And also Jackie and Meg, if you'd like to ask questions, please feel free. Who has a question? Steve?
So just so I understand on the weight limit, the ADG-3 runway needs to accommodate 150,000 pounds.
That's right, yeah.
If we built a runway that only went to that limit, then aircraft that weigh more than that would not fly into the airport, I presume?
No, that's not the case. There are two criteria for that size of aircraft. One is the width of the runway.
Mm-hmm.
So this would require a runway width of 150 foot,
Yeah, I
which again
understand
is
that.
in the Common Ground recommendations. But the Common Ground recommendations also stipulate a restriction on the weight of aircraft below 140,000 pounds. And so the FAA's, they're on the line so they can speak for themselves, but their position was we're not going to limit the width of the runway to less than 150 foot and restrict those aircraft. But the weight, a heavier aircraft can land on a 150 foot wide runway. And so that's sort of their design parameter.
But then to accommodate the weight, you need to have a deeper pavement.
Right, and that's a very complex calculation that considers not only the size of that particular aircraft, but how many operations that aircraft has relative to all the other aircraft in the fleet. And that's where I think the FAA has some discretion to design the runway appropriately. The width of the runway, however, is sort of it's kind of a hard stop. You're not allowed to land an aircraft of a certain size on a 100-foot wide runway, whereas 150 foot, now you're full group 3, ADG-3 aircraft, which was, again, the FAA's direction to us.
And Francie, it may be appropriate to invite John
Just about
Bauer
to.
from the FAA.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
thanks.
John, did you want to respond to that? And welcome, nice to see you. I can see you on Zoom, but we cannot see you in the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to also add that even if we design a pavement to 150,000 pounds, that does not preclude aircraft from greater than that weight from landing on it. As with all good engineers, we have safety factors involved in everything we do. So we'll say the published weight is 150,000 pounds, but that pavement can actually take a certain number of operations in excess of that as well without damaging the pavement. So it would be something we would keep track of and ask the airport to keep track of, because you do not want to overload a pavement, but it certainly is not, again, it's not an ability to limit access to the airport by that weight restriction. Now, if somebody said, hey, I want to bring a 250,000 pound aircraft into Aspen, you could absolutely say no, because there is some documentation that would say that type of loading would damage the pavement. But that's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that you'd have to look at. You'd have to have engineers analyze. So I just want to make sure we're clear that when we say if the pavement were designed to 150,000 pounds, that is not a limit. That does not say aircraft larger than that cannot land.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John.
I
Other
just have-
questions?
I just have a comment.
Patty?
About forecast. For me, forecast it's like a weather forecast. So it's based on the best information on hand, so it's kind of a best guess. It's like when you say, tomorrow it's gonna be bright and sunny and it rains. That's what a forecast is. So if for people to think that this is where we're gonna be at stage 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's a forecast, such as the weather. I just wanted to clarify that's what we're doing here.
We refer to it internally as the dark art.
Is that
something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Is that, what I was gonna say, does that mean it's gonna be cloudy tomorrow? And- Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to say something to Steve too about, we really looked into trying to limit the weight of an aircraft through the pavement on the runway issue, and couldn't do anything with that. And what John said was so true, in that, like, if a bigger plane comes in that's not necessarily what the runway is designated for, it'll just shred the runway faster and make their job harder, or our job harder, for getting the funding for runway improvements. So it wasn't, we tried the avenue really a lot and couldn't get anywhere on that. FYI.
I have a question. I think it might be for John, but I'm not sure. So in the forecast, you talk quite a bit about the growth in GA, and one of the things that you mention is that there are 60 people waiting to park their planes at Aspen. And so, John, I think this is for you. So are we required to provide that parking for those GA planes? I mean, what if we didn't have money? What if we're a poor county and we have 60 people who want to put their planes there and we can't afford to accommodate that? So is that, do we have to build parking for 60 more planes? I think that's for you, John.
Francie, I just got a text from the FAA saying they can still see, but they lost sound.
Okay, why don't you guys give it a shot?
All right, so I'll do my best John Bauer impersonation. In our discussion with them over this specific issue, they said that it was unacceptable to limit the availability of activity at the airport based on controlling the size and number of facilities around based aircraft. I think, I don't know of any situations where that has been the situation where the airport couldn't afford to do it. But I believe John would say, we give you money every year. We have discretionary money we can give you. If money is an issue, we can talk about that. But that's their.
And we did get sound back, so we might
Great.
just
Okay. Oh, hi,
repeat the
John.
question real quick and see if John.
Do you want
But
to,
Francie, let me jump in real quick. But what if space is the limitation and not funds?
I was going to go there myself with this
I
question.
beat you to it.
So, John, we were discussing whether or not we have to provide the 60 spaces for the planes that are on the waiting list for parking at Aspen Airport, and also whether, I guess the answer is that you would give us the money if we don't want to pay for it. But, we don't have unlimited space here, so, and obviously what's driving this question, and which would come from the public if it didn't come from me, is that GA is a large contributor to our emissions issues. And we all know that private aircraft are one of the worst environmental things that have ever happened to this country. So, you know, we're not inclined to just say we're going to increase GA over and over. As you know, if anybody wants to come in here and park their plane, we're going to have to make room for them. So what's the bottom line here with increasing our GA parking and our ability to, you know, control GA at all? I'm not at all concerned about the airlines, just the GA right now.
Emissions piece, obviously, that everybody has their thoughts on emissions. From an access standpoint, you know, when I came up in April, the thing I conveyed to everybody is safety and access, right? That was the big message. To how you're going to develop the airport for not only current but future use. Do you have to provide for 60 spaces for everybody who's on the waiting list? The answer is no, but if you have space available, we absolutely would want to see that build out in a 20-year plan that would demonstrate the ability to handle the people that are currently there. And we understand, you know, we often get the chicken and egg argument. You actually have the egg and the chicken because the traffic is already there and you're looking to build space to accommodate the traffic that's currently using the airport. You may be, and we'd have to see what the planning documents show as far as development, but you may be limited as to how much developable space you actually have. But I would say the agency is very committed to making sure that people who want to access the airport, whether that be general aviation or commercial service, will have the ability to do so.
I thought you might say that.
I try not to surprise people.
Didn't say you have to park, just says you have to have access.
Other questions from the board?
Greg did have his hand up earlier. Greg?
Yeah, thanks. I'm always trying to keep track of all the assumptions that are made. And I know that you say the FAA assumptions for the forecast, for instance, the growth of employments is 2%, while you guys settled on 1.3. I'd kind of like to know how they reach 2%. Is that a standard, something that comes out of a book and they just assume 2% everywhere, or do they actually cater it to our airport? Another assumption that I thought was kind of interesting is that there really are no more hotel growth, no more pillow growth in the community. Another assumption I saw was, damn it, there's one more, sorry. I'll get to it, I'll find it. I guess those are the first two assumptions that I wanted to pull out, and there was one other, and I'm sorry, somehow I've lost it here. And then also, what's going to be required of us if we approve and go with the fleet mix that's required? I'm just wondering, does that lock us into an agreement with the FAA regarding things like curfews, which we've had? And I have to open that back up because that's my biggest concern, is that we've had episodes in the past where people wanted the airport open 24/7. By locking my biggest concern is if by agreeing to this, I'm also agreeing to something that hasn't been discussed. So I'd love to hear about that too.
Yeah, well, I'll let John, opine on that, but these two issues, in my view, in my world, are not linked at all together. The forecast is a planning tool that's used to justify facility developments and other things, and the other operational considerations are completely separate from that.
Right.
And I believe John, I remember him talking about this when he was here, so.
I don't see him.
Drop off again? No.
He raised his hand.
He's
Oh,
what?
there. He's here. He's here.
Are you
It's like
here,
a
John?
Ouija board.
I don't see him.
Sorry, Maria, I'm gonna have to.
While we're waiting for John, maybe I could address your other two questions?
Sure,
The
please.
first one about the FAA's terminal area forecast. That forecast is produced annually, so it's updated every year, right? And it's updated for about 5,000 airports in the country, okay? So it does come out of a large, complex model, right? Otherwise, there's absolutely no way they could do it. So it does factor in conditions that are unique to Aspen, but it does it in kind of a large-scale way or top-down way. And so it's a forecast that's updated every year. Interestingly, when we were doing our research, when we started the project, the FAA's 2021 terminal area forecast was the current forecast. And their growth rate for Aspen at that time was 2.4%. So in just a year, 2022 is what they call their current, their most available issue. It's down to 2.1%. So, you know, they're reading what's happening in the industry and what's happening locally and making their adjustment to Aspen. The second question was in regard to pillows and why we held pillow growth constant. We did that just to be conservative. We didn't want to assume that there was going to be any type of development that we're not aware of, or that the community regulations on short-term rentals and Airbnb, et cetera, would be relaxed or changed in any way. So we just took the most conservative approach, was just to say, it's just going to remain at the level it is today. And if it stays at that level, could we manage future growth?
I would note John Bauer is back.
Can I just ask, did that take into consideration the unbuilt that's approved lodging, like the base of 1A?
No, it did not. No.
Go ahead, John, if you'd like to reply to some of Greg's comments.
Sure. Can you all hear me? I apologize. I had to transition medias here, so I'm.
Oh, we're used to it now. No worries.
Okay. So to speak to the curfew issue. So right now you have what's called a pre-ANCA curfew. So Airport Noise and Capacity Act curfew that's in place. That would remain in place unless you decide to change the curfew itself. So if you were to say, we're gonna increase the hours of the curfew by 5 hours each direction and limit the access to the airport, then that grandfathering goes away and you would be subject to a penalty under that. But the proposed ALP, the work that was proposed in 2018, none of that changes that pre-ANCA curfew.
Thank you.
So we can't mess
So I
with it.
think I heard that. If we don't make a change, it's not going to change. If we change anything, then all bets are off.
It was an act of Congress.
Okay, I have some questions, but do you, Steve, have anything? Do you have something? You haven't gone yet.
I'm happy to go, or
Yeah,
I can
go.
wait for you.
Go.
Okay. I just want to ask first, will you be diving more into specific fleet mix stuff, or can I ask those questions now as well?
Please.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering, I was a little confused in reading through the report because what I thought I read was that the FAA treats air taxi as commercial service, and yet we're looking at it through our forecast as GA service. And it's just, I want to make sure we're looking at apples to apples here and how we should be thinking about that.
Yeah, sure. So again, the way the FAA tracks air traffic is in specific categories of aircraft, okay? And so air taxis are considered, are commercial traffic with fewer than 60 seats, okay? So that includes your things like air charters, your net jets, fractional ownerships, those types of carriers. General aviation, which is classified into two categories, and it's not based on aircraft size. It's based upon service or the range of the flights that they fly. You have local air traffic, local general aviation, which includes flights that fly within about a 20-mile radius of the airport, generally within sight of the airport. So it's generally your local recreational flyer. And then itinerant general aviation is non-for-hire traffic that flies from the airport to other airports or to other destinations. So there is this kind of natural overlap now where you have the same size aircraft that are flying different missions, right? You have Gulfstream jets that are flying for net jets and Gulfstream jets that are flying as a private, say for, as part of a corporate fleet, okay? And the corporate fleet, that traffic is not for hire, so that's counted as itinerant general aviation. Now, we put them all together just because, from what we've heard, the community kind of thinks of it as one body or one type of activity. Again, probably because there's such an overlap of the equipment types. So
To
that's,
be clear, we treated them separately. We combined them for our presentation
yeah.
for convenience.
Okay, so, because I feel we spend a lot of time focusing on emplanements for commercial aircraft that really is only about 10 to 15% of the operations that we see at our airport. From my perspective, I have to sit and look at all 100% of operations at our airport. But I'm unclear as to how the FAA wrestles with forecasting for the GA side of things. And if they're bunching air taxi and commercial together and we're talking about GA separately, like I want to have a clearer picture of how, the forecasting for operations, which is when we talk about GA, and emplanements, which is when we talk about commercial, are coming together to provide us with information that the FAA is then going to use to determine how we forecast and design for the airport. Are they ignoring the GA side
Oh, no.
of it?
Oh, no.
Okay, so that I need a little clarity there, and then I need a little clarity related to how we move from a critical aircraft as the G550 now to a critical aircraft in the fleet mix study of an Airbus 220, because that was not clear to me in the report, and I want to understand how we go from a private jet being our critical aircraft, which makes sense, to a commercial airline jet that only Delta, our smallest carrier, owns, is now the critical aircraft for the airport.
So I'll try this and you can bail me out if I misspeak. So the critical design aircraft is defined by the FAA. It's the aircraft with the largest wingspan that is operating at the airport, that has over 500 operations, so 250 arrivals and departures combined. Today, the largest aircraft that has over 500 operations is the Gulfstream 550. It's actually larger wingspan than the CRJ 700, which also has over 500 operations. But people think of it that, oh, it's a commercial jet, that has to be larger, but it's not. So that's how you're getting the current aircraft. It's the largest aircraft that operates on your airport, over 500 operations a year, and that right now is the G550. Mm-hmm. In the future, however, based on the forecast and the fleet mix, we're projecting that the A220-300 in this case would have at least 500 operations in the 2042. And therefore, that would become your critical design aircraft. The reason that that's important to the FAA is that is now the aircraft that they use to size facilities, runway to taxiway separations, taxiway widths, taxi lane widths, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why they're again, I don't want to speak for them, they're on the phone, but they're pushing to say, listen, you can't design your facilities in any way to restrict access into your airport. So you can't design them so that they cannot accommodate any of the Group 3 aircraft, including the ones that weigh over 150,000 pounds or have wingspans up to 118 feet.
So,
John, he wants to
okay,
contribute.
I just have a little more push-up.
I think he's going to respond to your last question. John?
He might still have his hand up from earlier.
That's him.
Not here.
That's his.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you, John. We just hear a few little squeaks.
Turn his video off, will that help?
All the trash themselves.
Oh, it is. Turn it all off.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we can't really hear you. Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
So
Is that any better? Can you hear
Yes.
me now?
Yes.
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Can we get more
I
volume?
figured
Michael?
out, I need
There
I
we
need
go.
a teenager to help me with my technical difficulties, so.
Yeah, that's why we have kids.
So, just to reply, so throughout the visioning process, things that were proposed to do, limiting growth to 0.8%, limiting runway width so you won't have bigger aircraft come in, all of those are contrary to federal law. So the Airport Noise and Capacity Act says you can't limit access to the airport by constraining those types of things. So and the thing that I need to convey, and I apologize, I have to drop off at 2:30 for another meeting, but the thing I want to make sure I convey to the board again is everything we're looking at is access and safety related. And when we get a forecast that was originally, your team worked very hard with us on the original forecast, and we said we cannot accept a constrained forecast. We cannot. That's not in our planning documents. It says must be an unconstrained forecast. And everything that was done was based on the visioning committees constraining growth at the airport, and that is not allowed under federal law. So that's how we've kind of ended up with where we're at. The forecast that we've seen most recently and commented on was much more consistent, albeit more conservative, than ones we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years. But we felt comfortable with the explanation that was provided to us about why it was more conservative and where those numbers were coming from. And it still allowed for the development, the future potential development of the airport to accommodate those aircraft. So I think, the agency's message hasn't changed, right? We're pretty much still on point of exactly what we discussed in April. And I just want to make sure that there's going to be people who want to figure out a way, how can we find a loophole for this? How can we get around this? And I've been doing this for a number of years now, and we've seen a lot of that. So we're fairly wise to the arguments, and we'll be more than happy to respond to them.
Thank you, John.
Okay. I'm trying to get to the point where our board might adopt an accurate fleet forecast or forecast and fleet mix. So I think that's more where I'm trying to direct my questions. What I think I'd further like to understand is just how we get there with the Airbus 220-300, because when I look at it, I'm looking at, okay, so here we have our smallest commercial carrier, who's only going to provide a portion of their flights annually, who have the shortest service period that are going to fly on this plane. How does this plane become the critical, airplane?
I get it.
That's what I understand. I just don't understand what is the forecasting for a fleet mix for for private jets? Like, do we have any understanding of that? Like, is there a private plane that is going to functionally act like the critical aircraft, whether we say it in this report or not?
So to try and answer that, we don't divide and conquer the two. Currently, you've got the G650, and the reason that's the critical aircraft today is because you have a wingspan restriction.
550.
And that critical aircraft would change if you didn't have a wingspan restriction. That critical aircraft would be different today. So what we're asking the consultants to do is to look into the future and say, if those constraints weren't there, what would be the critical aircraft? And you will easily have 500 operations, even if it's the smallest carrier serving you with the fewest number of flights. If it makes sense for them to use that equipment, they will use it there. and we have to design to the most demanding aircraft. So if you come out of the chute and say, we're going to limit that, that's not realistic, and it's not consistent with what's been provided from the board over the last 15 years. Because if you go back and look at the critical aircraft listed in previous forecasts that were provided to us, the 300 comes out, the A220-300 is prominent in those forecasts as well. So to turn today, this is why the agency is struggling with this. Because you go from historically saying, we believe if these restrictions weren't in place, this is our critical aircraft over history, to formalizing a visioning group that is fighting to restrict the airport, and then turning around and saying, well, that's not really what the last two consultants we had prepare these, they weren't really on the mark. And now we're going to reduce it because we think this is actually the critical aircraft. I'm just trying to be as candid with you as possible of what we're looking at right now. And that's how we see it, is this is maybe not an attempt to get an accurate forecast, but an opportunity to restrict the airport.
Can I jump in for 1 second,
Please,
Kelly?
yes.
I just wanted to add to that, but you go
Okay.
first. No, you go
Well,
first.
On for 4 more minutes.
We only
I
got
want to
John
make
for
sure we
4
use
minutes.
John
so-
as best of our ability.
Exactly, that's
have
what
a
I
question
wanted to,
for
but
him.
I could ask my question to the consultants, I can wait. So if you have a question specifically
Well,
for
maybe
John?
we should, while John is still on for a couple more minutes, if we have more questions for him.
Can I ask one for
Yeah,
John?
go ahead, Greg.
John, so thank you for this. There's some clarity here, and I appreciate it. The assumptions that I was looking for, the FAA assumption that the fleet mix, the current technology in aircraft is pretty static. They don't look at future aircraft technology, is what
Right.
I understand in the fleet forecast. So no future aircraft tech is considered. My question is, how nimble is the FAA going to be if an innovation comes along that changes the game somewhat? Because we're anticipating that. I think Aspen Flyrite has been suggesting that. We're seeing it in the media. We have a climate crisis that I think has everyone's attention, but perhaps the FAA, because that's not your mandate. But yet I keep thinking we may be seeing a dramatic change in aircraft technology. How nimble is the FAA to respond to that? And how willing are they to invest a lot of money in what we're doing now if the situation changes in just a number, say a decade or so? Are the assumptions you're making now going to still hold in those circumstances? Thanks. Maybe.
That's
So the part about that is, if you look at the, can you hear me? I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, we hear you now.
About that.
No, you're not.
now you're gone again.
You guys can answer that.
I'm sorry, we're only getting,
Can you hear me now?
yes, go on.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, so the beautiful, it's burning commercial. Beautiful part, all those forecast correctly, those will, the new growth will be contained underneath that development curve. So the facilities will be there to help them operate, and you're not limiting their access to it. Does that make sense?
You were breaking up, so we only got about a quarter of that. Sorry. Try again.
All right. I'm about to move, so that's good. I'm in a good spot. So hopefully the light turns green. There we go.
It's good now.
So in our viewpoint, yeah, great. In our viewpoint, you will be able to
How did we got the FAA viewpoint?
Oh,
All right, do you guys want to give it a shot? Can you address it?
I think what he was saying, and John, forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but I think what he was saying is that is that at the pace that the future aircraft would be introduced, that the size of the that there'd be nothing about the airport that would prohibit their use at the airport. There would nothing that would restrict their use. Now, long term, there are some planes on the drawing board, right? NASA and Boeing had a big announcement recently about a 171-foot wingspan that could be the future of technology. Now, obviously, if a plane like that became part of your fleet mix, there would have to be some adjustments, but that would happen all over the country. So that would be a major development and a major issue the FAA would have to address. But beneath that level, or beneath that size, you know, the electric aircraft, the hydrogen-powered aircraft, the hybrid electric aircraft, their likely introduction are all on smaller-sized aircraft. You know, the electric aircraft will probably be in the 4 to 6 seat category. The hydrogen, hybrid electric, when they're introduced, will be larger, maybe 19 to 30 seat aircraft. But it's likely to be the middle of next decade or longer before we see anything close to the size of, say, a CRJ 700 that's electric or hydrogen-powered aircraft. So I think that's what he was saying, is that if those aircraft are developed sooner than many predict, that there's nothing about the airport that would restrict them.
But we're looking at the middle of the next decade. This is not a plan for the next little while. I mean, we need to be looking out in front. We're talking about 2042 here. Well, so I mean, I'm just supporting you, Greg, that I was surprised to see that they were not taken into consideration in the forecast as well. I understand pretty much why, but, and I'm wondering how much of the forecast is slightly different. Do you want to finish yours, or should I?
Well, yeah, just to conclude, what I'm thinking is it sounds as if we're going to design this change for the biggest, dirtiest aircraft that we can fit in here, knowing that the cleaner aircraft will all fit. So there's a certain logic to that, but the fear, of course, that we see with people in the room and in the community and elsewhere is that bigger and dirtier isn't really what we were hoping for. And I think we're stuck with it either way. Quite honestly, I don't see a way out of it, but I'm just trying to understand, you know, we're trying to plan so far ahead, yet the fleet mix doesn't even include a forecast for, you know,
and I think
where they think it's going.
Yeah, I think what John was alluding to is, if I could say this differently, we're planning for the largest, dirtiest aircraft, and we're hoping for the largest clean aircraft.
Right.
So you're focused on dirty and clean, and we're focused on large. We want to make sure that whatever we're doing can accommodate. The FAA is focused on making sure that whatever we do can accommodate anybody who wants to come in here. We're all supportive of technology and improvements. I just think, you know, if you want to wait 15 years, we've got a whole bunch of other decisions that we've got to make, and it's sort of a different decision process.
Right.
We're trying to facilitate making this happen for the reasons that I summarized earlier, right? The why, then the how, like that's the environment we're constrained in.
Right.
And so that is, we need FAA approval. That's the environment in which we're constrained. So when you do this forecast mix and you leave out the alternative airplanes that are on the horizon, how much of that is driven by what the airlines are actually going to be flying? I mean, we can't control what the airlines are going to buy and fly, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just wondering, we talk about what we want, but what we want has to be related to what the airlines are going to have.
Yes.
So how much of your forecast is based on what the airlines are predicting they're going to be flying?
Yeah, I would say that all of it, really. You know, currently, between American, Delta, and United, they have 1,200 of the current technology aircraft on order.
The Embraer and the CRJ, or?
Well, Airbus and
the
Boeing.
Airbus.
Airbus and Boeing aircraft, narrow-body aircraft. But 1,200 to replace their current fleet.
1,200 Airbus?
Aircraft in total. Their total order book is 1,200 amongst the three airlines. So that's an awful lot of aircraft that are coming in that are going to have a lifespan of about 20 years that will take the airlines to that next, probably where the next generation of aircraft start to come in. But none of the airlines today, except for the small 4 to 6 seat electric aircraft, which they're planning on using for very specific missions, which would be, say, from urban centers to airports, that kind of mission.
That might be you, Amory.
Sorry.
No, that's right. That's all right. A number of airlines are already planning that. United is one. Delta and American they're also planning it. So it's probably going to happen, I would say, in the next 5 years. But outside of that, and I don't think that would happen in Aspen in the next 5 years.
Isn't United buying 119-seat electric planes from Swedish Heart Aerospace by 2026?
Yeah, they have, right. So that's an order that is based on those aircraft actually being certified and airworthy. And they're still a long way from
contingent.
that. Right, yeah, yeah.
But that would be perfect for our market.
Oh, well, sure it would. And I think that was one of the points we made, is that if those aircraft come into being, there's nothing about this airport or this plan that would restrict them.
Right, of course, okay.
Yes.
Steve, did you want to go?
Well,
He was ahead of you, sorry, Patty.
yeah, I wanted to, I was actually sort of responding to Kelly saying, well, Delta is the only one that has the Airbus 220. My dad worked for Continental Airlines, and he was basically an efficiency expert for them, calculating the different routes, how many passengers they carried, how much fuel did it take, how many employee hours did it take for every passenger for every route that they flew. And they were working towards the efficiency of each airplane and each route they flew. The airlines today are no different than they were in the 1950s. I'm sure that the efficiency to them is really important. As they phase out the CRJ 700, they're going to be looking for the most efficient, cost-effective airplane that they can fly, which I think in many cases is going to be the A220s, because that's, sort of the state of the art of energy efficient, quieter, the different good points about it. There might be other aircraft, I'm sure there will be other aircraft coming along that will compete with that, but it's not just going to be Delta, it's going to be all the airlines are going to have those.
Before we go to you, Patty, I just want to let everybody know we're going to go over by as much time as we lost at the beginning on this topic, since everybody's here. I think it's about an extra half an hour possibly. I'm sorry about that, but I think it's the right thing to do, so. Patty?
Yeah, I just want to say that my greatest concern is we have to be moving forward, because if and when the new technologically improved electric or hydro or hydrogen, whatever, come about, we have to be ready for that. It's not like they can say we're coming tomorrow and we've got the system set up. So we need to be moving forward with improvements at our airport to electrify and be prepared for those next new generation technologies. And so therefore we need to get this process moving forward. I wish we could step out from underneath FAA control, but I don't see a way for us to do that. The way I see anything is if we lobby Congress to change the law so that it applies better to small airports. And that is something we have been known from this community to do. We just need someone to help us get there and move that forward. But in the meantime, we need to start making those energy efficiencies, safety issues, all the things, new terminal, all the things our community wants. And if we don't get this document moving forward, we're going to be getting nothing done and going nowhere, and we're going to be way behind the eight ball when those new planes come out.
Yeah, I have one last question for you guys, and maybe some other people do too. This is my last. I'm wondering why we're skipping from the 220-100 to the 220-300. I think there would be a lot less opposition in this community if we were talking about the 100 instead of the 300.
So do we. And we think it's the logical aircraft to serve this market.
But they're not buying them, the airlines.
Well, again, I think the airlines on Bill would, right? I think it's a logical step, and I think it's going to be a great aircraft for this market, and I think it's going to happen. Our partners believe that we need to plan for the 300.
Okay,
They're not saying it's coming. They're
Okay,
saying we need to
okay.
plan for it. And if we plan for it and the 100 comes, we're going to be fine. If we plan for the 100 and the 300 comes, we have a problem. They have a problem.
I just wish it were in the forecast, the 100.
It
It's-
was.
Well, it's mentioned, but the
No,
300
no, it
is like-
was. It
Okay,
was.
FAA
The
said
300
go
is
for the
just a
300.
much harder
Yes.
buy for this community than the 100.
Totally understand, and believe me, we agree with you. We think it makes more sense, but for planning purposes,
So developing this fleet mix is an iterative process, and their team did meet with the FAA. And our initial take, we did represent the what was in the Vision Committee document, which did include the A220 100, and that was, I think, an original document that the AAB had seen and discussed, and that was the major conversation among the Airport Advisory Board was that move, which was really driven by the FAA saying this would be a fleet mix that would be rejected if it did not include that A220 300.
Keeps coming down to that, doesn't it? Go ahead.
Well, I still just feel like for me, it's a real black hole about like, what does the GA market forecast look like?
yeah, so we have that. It's included in the fleet mix. The FAA was very focused on that. Our philosophy, and Bill, I guess you could probably talk more about how we made the decision of what numbers to put in of the aircraft, but the FAA insisted on seeing a detailed fleet mix for the GA aircraft. So I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think as of the last data pool that we did, there were something like 168 different types of aircraft that served Aspen during the prior 12-month reporting period. And as Brad said, the FAA required us to list a detailed fleet mix forecast for the GA fleet. And what I had mentioned earlier, just the way the FAA categorizes the aircraft and the traffic, there is that overlap between air taxi and general aviation, but in our forecast, we did separate them. In fact, we separated them and then we brought them back together because we knew the community kind of looked at it as one conglomerate. But we do separate the three: local general aviation, which is primarily the single-engine propeller aircraft that fly locally, the larger general aviation itinerant aircraft, which are typically corporate aircraft, and then the air taxi aircraft, which fall into that charter, on-demand kind of traffic, net jets, that sort of thing.
One of the screens is on.
Yellow.
They ran a different cable to it.
We ran a different cable to it.
Really? We did?
Can I ask one more question regarding the runway, the condition of the runway? That was really good information. You said the last rebuild was 37 years ago. It's usually on a 20 or 25-year time span. I probably know the answer, but how much life is left in this runway if we had to delay, say, a year or two or three? How would what would be the consequences of a pause? Say it takes us that much longer to get to yes. What is the condition of the runway now, and what's going to be needed in the next few years?
Sure, Craig. No, it's a good question. The unfortunate answer is we don't know right now. So we did non-destructive testing during the closure this year. We should have that information mid to late July. And at that point, we'll start to know. So it's a little bit down the road. We were hoping to have it by this meeting, actually, but they just couldn't do the algorithms in time.
What we do know is the condition of the substructure underneath the runway is in very poor condition, because we've taken core samples and we've looked at them, and the substructure does not have a lot of structure to it. So, and that's obviously contributing to the deterioration.
Louder, please.
So that's obviously contributing to the deterioration that we're seeing in the maintenance. What we see typically at airports, active runways, they start to deteriorate, and the curve, the cost, the frequency, all of that kind of goes up in a hockey stick, right? And so the idea is to
Till a
get
catastrophe.
Right. You get ahead of that, right? But I think it's important for this discussion to understand that if you said, we've heard enough, submit the forecast, let's go, you're 2.5 to 4.5 years away from doing the reconstruction of that runway.
I thought you were gonna say from approval.
How does that work on the timeline for any other, like, improvements, like the airport, terminal, or anything else we want to do on our list of?
It would be similar. The terminal, I would say, and same for the reconstruction of the runway. You can do the design work, you can do things ahead of time, you can work at risk without FAA funding, you can do that. But, you know, in order to do the project, to actually construct the project, you've got to have your,
2 to 4.5 till completion or till
till you can start.
till we begin?
Yeah. And that, obviously, you know, is going to have to be the runway will be a heavily phased and sequenced and organized to, you know, minimize impacts and stuff.
Right.
But at some point, you know, if the runway's bad enough, you won't have to phase it at all. You just,
And well, just add on, we have a approved ALP and EA that has the runway moving right now, which is the approved capital plan with the FAA.
correct. I'm talking about incorporating the common ground
You
recommendations.
don't want me to go there.
Right. Got it.
Steve?
Thank you.
So I have
That's helpful.
two questions. One has to do with the parking for the local GA. And I would love to accommodate all the local people because this is their airport, and if they can't park there, I would rather be able to accommodate 60 local people to park their planes there. But my question is, if you have an itinerant jet come in, and I love calling a billionaire's jet itinerant, but they pay a parking fee and a landing fee and whatnot, which is much higher than for the local GA aircraft, I think.
Correct. There is no
So
landing
we
fee.
provided 60 more spaces for local parking. Is that eliminating spaces for itinerant aircraft coming in and paying a much higher parking fee? And what does that do to the budget for the airport?
Sure. So currently, there is not a landing fee for local operators. But it does get us into a bit of a quandary. Now, if you don't have enough parking for an itinerant jet, now you're driving drop and goes. So they're going to come in, they don't have a place to park, they're going to leave. So now you're doubling your operations immediately by doing so. So that's an issue. We're still collecting a landing fee, double the landing fee, if you will, because they're going to double the operations. But so that does boost our revenue potential. But at the same time, it's not good environmentally.
Yeah, and we just don't, I mean, obviously, we don't have room for unlimited parking, otherwise it'd be a lot easier if we did.
Correct.
Second question has to do with, I mean, I would love to shorten the runway actually back to what it used to be and get it away from, farther away from Aspen for the fumes and the noise from West Buttermilk and whatnot. Now, given the new fleet mix of the new aircraft that are coming in, do they need as much long pavement? Can we get by with the shorter runway like we used to have?
No, likely the FAA would not be open to the idea of shortening what we already have. But that being said, they're not going to elongate it either, because we're relegated by the safety area we have currently. But no, they're not going to open the door to shortening it.
Well, I didn't think, I mean, I remember the statement that pilots like lots of pavement to land on.
And that's exactly what it is. It's a safety
Yeah.
issue at that point, yes.
Yeah, it's a safety issue for them.
And Steve, as the world warms with global warming, you need more runway because of heat and the physics of heat and weight.
Yeah, it's a density altitude issue at that point. Yep.
Okay.
Not that, I know, one more great thing. Yeah,
What do you think we
that's
need a
true.
wider runway just to keep those GA on it?
Do we have any more
Apparently.
questions from the board? Meg?
No.
Jackie? Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
All right,
Not
we're
going
going to
anywhere.
move to fly right.
Anyone need a bio break, or do we go through and,
Does anybody need a break?
Let's get her done.
I'm good. We need to
I think we'll just plow on.
okay, well, thank you. This has been a really rich,
You need
open.
to speak up, because people in the background.
Yes, is the microphone on?
If that doesn't project you in here, that's just for grassroots, Amory.
Oh, okay.
Just make sure the red light's on for
Thank
the
you.
TV
So-
audience.
I'm delighted at this roundtable. It's been a very rich conversation already. I'll try to make it more so. And after one background slide, I'm going to summarize Aspen Flywright's assessment of the draft forecast and fleet mix building on what you have heard, and I'll suggest some alternatives. And I need to figure out why this is not,
So those of you in the audience, you do have video up there. I'm
Why
not
this
quite
is
sure
not
why
letting
that's
me-
the only one you have.
oh, there we go. Okay.
And you need to turn
And I'm having to run,
audio off.
let's see,
Oh, that might be.
that audio goes off. This audio goes off. But that, then can the Zoom people hear me?
Yep, they'll be able to hear you through the mic.
Okay. But then what's the echo?
Your speaker's still on, it's reverberating through your.
Okay. And Zoom people can still hear me?
I have it on my desk.
Good. So, Aspen Flywright, my one background slide, is an independent volunteer nonprofit group formed 10 months ago to help our community understand and improve Aspen Airside's airside choices. We are scrupulously independent. We strive to get it right. We ask readers to report any mistakes we miss so we can fix them. We have no interests at stake, no connection with any other organization, no known conflicts of interest by us or our donors, and no undisclosed relationship with any donor or advisor. Our community-funded effort, and we just updated the financials online, cross-checks information from about 25 unpaid informal technical advisors. Nearly all our donors, by the way, are local. And we collaboratively support Jackie and the Airport Advisory Board. We help Barry with the excellent safety report. We will help with the new RFP to characterize the concerning air pollution that we measured downwind of the airport. Our thousands of hours of research documented in 231 so far pages of essays offer clear, solid, unbiased, and previously missing analysis. And we're very grateful to all, including especially our fellow panelists, who graciously share their knowledge. Pitkin County's in the chute, fixing to climb onto an aviation bowl that dreams of 200,000 more enplanements by 2050 and then ever more. This FAA-supported runaway growth, I think, undermines your other goals, because this bowl takes no account of the rider's needs or wants, and it's better to climb off now than crash off later. But your basic choice is not new. We've been here before. Bigger roads make more traffic. Bigger planes and airports bring more people. Some proclaim that we are fated to have ever more passengers and bigger planes because FAA demands this if we want more grants, and we're hooked on grants, mostly to build the infrastructure that makes those forecasts come true. Yet, I think there are three other choices that can avoid this hostage-like fate by following facts and common sense. First, I will try to show that valid analysis demonstrates that this forecast is several-fold higher than the historic data support once you dig deeper into where it comes from. The more realistic lower-range forecast variant can be strongly evidence-based, as the FAA rightly requires. It doesn't need the bigger planes or the new airside or most of the grants. Second, your vital and imminent FBO choice can yield big net revenues, so we wouldn't need the FAA's discretionary grants to finance needed airport improvements. Regaining financial independence to control our own destiny would let the FAA mind its own safety business and stay out of our growth management business. And third, whatever your view of bigger planes, that choice is way premature. Both kinds of existing regional jets make it unnecessary, and the aviation revolution makes it imprudent to choose now or for a decade to come. Understanding our aviation demand buys the time to choose wisely and timely only when we need to, and can see where aviation is heading, so we're ready. So that's why we have to get this forecast right. Our SA 15 in your packet assessed the forecast as unsound and unreliable, and the AAB had it 3 days before voting, but didn't mention or discuss it, so I'm really glad we can do that here. I'm going to focus just on the 6 biggest of the forecast's many issues. The growth in emplanements is mismodeled, I believe, and grossly overstated. Only a several-fold lower growth rate actually fits the historical data. That lower forecast would require no bigger planes and hence no new airside. The bigger planes proposed would meet no community need and satisfy none of your Resolution's 6 quantitative goals. The forecast confirms there's no reason to choose the airside for another decade or more. And whether or not there turns out to be a local public health imperative from nanoparticles that could scramble airport strategy, all the fossil-fueled planes are likely to be outcompeted by extremely efficient, clean, quiet, fossil-free models that fit our current airside, even before we could build a new one. So as you'll hear, Bill and I have a different view of the timing, and I'll offer some evidence on that. And I'll also suggest a potential way forward with the FAA to get the airside and the funding that we really need and that meets everyone's goals. Now, SA-15 details how the proposed fleet mix violates all 6 of your resolution-specific requirements. The AAB was told that your 0.8% a year core community goal employment growth rate was not really a goal, just a bargaining chip. But to make it look close to the forecast 1.3% a year, staff averages over the whole year, then divides the 2042 value by the 7,300 odd days in the next 20 years to yield a reassuringly small number called average passengers per day. Actually, by 2042, the forecast calls for 91,673 more employments, which is about 13 times Aspen's residents' population. The FAA's forecast, which our airport's 10-year forecast must match within 15%, predicts 500,000 employments in 2050, 200,000 more than now, and then it will keep rising indefinitely with national economic growth. Because the FAA recognizes no local constraints, conditions, needs, or desires, it does its job. It's just forecasting aviation growth and funding airport capacity to meet it. All resulting costs and risks, all conflicts with your broader responsibilities, all damage to this board's half-century of growth management efforts will be our problem, not the FAA's. Now, to claim that the forecast meets your noise, carbon, and pollution goals, staff ignores your resolution's emphatic requirements of at least 30% less noise, carbon, and pollution by 2030. That's on pages 4 and 5. They mention only the qualitative clause on page 8. Then they ignore your specific requirement in the preamble to clause 12 that only aircraft which are cleaner and quieter will serve Aspen. All 3 proposed aircraft failed that test. The Embraer on noise and emissions, both Airbuses on nitrogen oxides, NOx, per aircraft. So that prohibits you from approving the work in the airport layout plan meant to be based on this forecast. Finally, staff switches from your resolutions per airplane characteristics to per passenger characteristics, and that different metric cuts the impacts in half by doubling the passengers per plane. No one analyzed the forecast's overall impacts, either in the forecast or otherwise, so we did. And this graph shows the result, the next 20 years' evolution of airline emissions from the forecast fleet mix. The black line at an index value of 1 represents the existing CRJ 700 fleet. The green line shows how noise rises with the louder new Embraers and then falls as they're diluted by the bigger but quieter Airbuses. So it ends up nearly 0.7 decibels lower than now, but it would need to drop by nearly 6 decibels to meet your 30% goal. The 3 other solid lines use your Clause 12's criterion, impacts per airplane, while the dashed lines show staff's substituted impacts per passenger. There are 3 colors here. The red lines show NOx as a proxy for all air pollution, averaged over all phases of a flight, or in the yellow lines, per landing and takeoff cycle, and either way it keeps rising. The blue lines show CO2 emissions, which fall modestly per airplane. Only CO2 per passenger, the dashed blue line, actually gets close to your resolution's target, which is the purple triangle. So the fleet mix flunks all 3 of your impact conditions, as well as the other 3, growth rate, aircraft seats, and aircraft weights. It does get worse, though, when you add the forecasted growth. And for fair comparison, I applied your 0.8% a year growth rate to the black baseline, so that tilts up slightly. Bottom line, the proposed fleet mix in 2042 in this forecast would be imperceptibly quieter, emit about 40% more NOx, and emit about 12% less CO2 than today's fleet. Aviation innovation could probably meet or perhaps surpass your 30% reduction goal by about 2030, as we'll see, and do much better after that. But this forecast excludes and bets against innovation. It also doesn't count the likelihood that the Embraer's summer weight restrictions will mean more flights with more impacts. And this graph shows only the proposed airline fleet. It doesn't show the better or worse, we don't know, impacts of the general aviation aircraft that the new airside needed for the bigger airline planes would let in, like the private 737 that landed last Sunday. And meanwhile, fair weather operations per hour are predicted to rise by a fourth, which would make the noise and pollution events even more frequent. Now let's examine the forecasted passenger growth. Bill Tomsich's database shows that the total airline seats flown in ski season, that's the yellow curve with the red dots, peaked 30 years ago, and then it fell more and longer than it rose. So this history of our dominant flying season, I think, invites closer scrutiny of forecasted annual enplanement growth. And the forecast emphasizes this graph, which shows only the 2010 to 2022 data, including the pandemic. Only one graph in the whole report goes back to 2000. You'll see that later. None of them goes back beyond 2000. But looking ahead, we've seen Bill nicely laid out 4 competing visions that diverge. There's the FAA's own forecast in gold, the red mid-range forecast you're being asked to approve, the aqua low-range forecast that the FAA rejected, and your green common ground recommendations. So what we're arguing about is basically the vertical spread at the right side of the chart. The red curve is close enough to the gold curve to satisfy the FAA, but it's 5/8 higher than your green core community gold curve, and it's over twice the growth rate of the aqua low-range forecast. The forecast also runs only to 2042, but remember the FAA's forecast already goes to 2050, and your goals are timeless. Makes you wonder, though, what about the left side of the curve, behind the curtain? History didn't start in 2010. It didn't start in 2000. It didn't start in 1990, even though the actual model that the forecasters use is based on the 1990 to 2019 data. Now, if you look at the 2006 terminal air forecast, the TAF, the FAA data in there for Aspen began in 1976. A lot's happened in those 47 years, including some big surprises. So curves like this are very seldom smooth, but at any rate, after 76, the enplanements grew briskly for a decade as the airplane size doubled and then nonstop routes were added. The reason I'm not showing you these earlier FAA data, 76 to 90, is that from 1990 to 2005, they averaged 28% above the forecast data, which are cited to airport management records and a proprietary database. The FAA data also have a major anomaly, 2001 and 2, that I'm querying with the agency. So I can't check Bill and Brad's data in the forecast. They're solid analysts. I'm just going to adopt their numbers here. But these numbers are open to wildly different interpretations. And to understand this, let's start in 1987, because that's the first year Aspen had a modern fleet with no 19-seaters. And look at the upper right green number. They show you that according to the FAA data, Aspen enplanements shrank at an average rate of 0.9% a year for the next 26 years. And whosever data you use, there's nothing magic about the magenta numbers we've heard about 2000 to 2022, to which this forecast and the FAA currently cling. And to illustrate this, I've just put in this table 10 illustrative choices of data period, and I didn't hunt around for the numbers favorable to a particular case. I just want to point out that the bottom line, the shortest period for 5 years shows 7% annual growth. The top line, the next to longest one for 26 years, shows 0.9% annual shrinkage. And the growth rates differ wildly all over this chart. Half in the FAA data get bigger and half get smaller. So with such a jagged curve, you can get almost any growth rate you want by judicious choice of your starting and ending dates. Now, the actual equations used in the forecast use the orange period, where their data, but not the FAA's, show unusually rapid growth. And then they stopped just before the pandemic. I think that's the right way to do it. And employments have not recovered since the pandemic. But this all emphasizes why it's so vital to understand the underlying causation. And if indeed you read the instructions that the FAA gives forecasters, they start by saying, I quote, "Forecast methods used to project airport activity should reflect the underlying causal relationships that drive aviation activity." End quote. And yet the forecast never really attempts this. It just correlates past Aspen enplanements with past Colorado average income, and then uses forecasts of future income to forecast enplanements. But that's a really tenuous causal link. Only 3% of the people flying to Aspen originate in Colorado. They used it because it happens to fit the data slightly better than two other, probably also spurious variables, Colorado employment and national GDP, that generate the other two forecast variants. But whatever variable you pick, correlation is not causality. Any business here knows that visitor counts depend on stuff like not just income and GDP, but lodging capacity and price, snow, schedules, events, flight prices and routes and schedules, a lot of other vital details that the forecast method does not consider. Its method is clear, simple, common, methodologically wrong, and systematically biased upwards. And to see why, let's focus on this bottom line, the 7% annual growth during the rapid 5-year growth spurt, and see what's going on there. Now, the forecast describes that 5-year spurt in enplanements to 7 new air service offerings, but it doesn't explain why the airlines added them. Not for amusement. A likely explanation is actually hiding in plain sight, and it is lodgings. The forecast showed but didn't use this wonderful graph 3 pages earlier, showing a curve with the same shape at the same time. It's the Aspen to Carbondale total lodging rental accommodations for under 30 days. The total pillow count is the heavy black line, and it more than doubled in just 3 years. It added 26,000 pillows from 2015 to 18 as the online booking platforms added the gray short-term rental units to the traditionally managed red units. The Valley's pillow count grew 7 times more from STRs than from growth in traditional short-term lodgings. Even in this community with perhaps the nation's strictest growth controls, the forecast is not based in any way on our lodging capacity. We agree it's not. Maybe we disagree about why it should be. But like the FAA, the forecast assumes no lodging constraint, no other constraint. It just says that if a significant shortage of rental accommodation occurred over the forecast horizon, this could restrict further enplanement growth. Well, a shortage of rental accommodation defines Aspen. It has for a long time, and we argued it constrains airline enplanements. Because if you can't book a pillow, I doubt you will buy a plane ticket to Aspen. And airlines, knowing that, probably will not add new seats to try to sell you. Statistics then confirm this intuition, so please indulge me in the one technical graph I'll show. Last week I took a few minutes to scatterplot Aspen enplanements from page 73 of the forecast against the Destometrics pillow count that it graphed on page 10 for the whole valley from Aspen to Carbondale. So using the forecasters' data and their simple math, that is linear regression, explains 98% of the past 17 years' variation in enplanements, while their own forecast based on 19 years of Colorado personal income explains only 71%. A 98% correlation is almost unheard of in social science. It would be considered superb in a physics lab. Now, of course, our data set for pillows is unavoidably sparse because they only run the survey every 3 years. So only 6 points have to span 13 years. But it still provides a far more powerful and convincing explanation of Aspen enplanements than the forecast predictions. And even more importantly, it makes causal sense because every visitor head needs a pillow to lie on. By not acknowledging this statistically ironclad link from pillows to passengers, I fear the forecasters incorrectly modeled the passengers, and here's how that happened. Here's a great slide from 2 staff presentations to the AAB. It's in your packet. Alas, it's not in the forecast. And it makes an astonishing and correct statement. It says, bottom bullet, the 7% spurt 2014 to 19 caused in 5 years over 87% of the whole 22 years growth that staff represent as the historical trend. Indeed, 37% of that 22-year enplanement growth occurred in 1 year in 2018. The point, though, is very simple. That spurt was a singular event. It was not a continuing cause that keeps on operating and driving growth for the next 20 years. Extrapolating it is therefore a fundamental error. Those extra 27,000 STR pillows were added just once. More huge batches of pillows won't go on being added every few years after that. But averaging this one-time addition into a supposed long-term trend triples the apparent growth rate. It predicts well over 100,000 imaginary flyers who will sleep on imaginary pillows. So anyone at the FAA who's focusing on the slope of a 22-year overall curve hasn't yet understood what happened. Before and after 2014 are 2 different worlds. The first, 0.6% a year durable. The second, 7% a year transient, and you cannot validly combine them. Now, without STRs temporarily relaxing Aspen's longstanding logic constraint, the growth rate should roughly continue that 2010 to 14 period on the left of the light blue zone, growing 0.6% a year, and, by the way, matching the forecasters' rejected lower range variant. The growth rate, if you look further back, was 0.06% a year for the 18-year period, 1995 to 2013. Why should we break at 2,000? I think either number might be plausible, but both are probably too high. And that's because the dramatic STR constraints adopted by this board, thank you, and City of Aspen and Snowmass Village are all meant to reduce STR capacity from its 21 peak. Now, the forecast mentions those new policies, but it doesn't analyze their effects, and I think it should have. Aspen Journalism reported April 29th that STR capacity is already falling briskly. And thus, even the 0.6% a year forecast could be too high. That is, if your policies work to cut STRs, the most realistic forecast might even be negative, because many imaginary airline passengers won't have real pillows and won't come. That's obvious to anyone who lives here. I think it would be obvious to the FAA if it were explained to them. The forecast graph on page 31 is the only one starting before 2010, goes back to 2000, and it uses a different method. It extrapolates, very simply, just fitting a straight line to the red actual data and then running it forward for another 20 years. Seems straightforward, and the result's nearly identical to the linear regression model that they also used and adopted. But the fallacy in it becomes visually obvious if you edit out that light blue zone from the previous slide, the 2014 to 19 one-time anomaly. And by the way, proper regression analysis uses what's called a dummy variable to do exactly that, if something weird is going on, like the STR spurt or the pandemic. So you don't distort the underlying trend. Now, obviously, if you just look at the red lines that are to the left of this blue rectangle I just added, they're not growing as fast as they were when you included the higher points from the STR boom. And then you'd have to redraw the line, and it wouldn't go up nearly as steeply. In fact, it would rise threefold less steeply, and that would, of course, run 20 years out, very much reduce the long-term growth, as the forecasters gently acknowledge on that same page. Now, let me finally build up a simple slide summarizing the story of this basic flaw in the enplanement forecast. As staff's previous slide showed, the 22-year period that staff and FAA consider the historic trend to match bolted together 2 ill-fitting parts. The first 14 years growing 0.6% a year, the next 5 years growing 7% a year, and causing 87% of the total growth over the whole 22 years. So that 12-fold faster growth spurt did not happen back when Aspen's pillow count in dark red was stagnant Aspen is half the market. But it has an airtight statistical association I showed you with the one-time burst of total pillows shown by the yellow bars. The red forecast that you are being asked to approve triples the 14 years of pre-STR growth rate from 0.6% a year to 1.8% a year. And yet, the Up Valley government's clampdown is now shrinking STR capacity. So even if STRs held steady and lodging grew organically like in traditionally managed properties, the red mid-range curve would grow several times faster than the pillows tightly tied with it, and that violates the historic trend. When Aspen pillows were stagnant, the dark red bars at the lower left, notice the emplanements were stagnant. When the Valley's STR pillows soared, and there we have annual data in the green bars, driving the yellow bars, which are the total pillows, guess what? Emplanements soared. So, I infer, if STR capacity falls as you intend and as is now happening, the traditional lodging growth could struggle to sustain a constant total pillow count. And that would make a realistic forecast even lower than the low forecast. It could be zero, it could be less. Another hint that emplanement and pillows might indeed rise and fall together is that last year's terrific snow came with 2.5% lower emplanements. Now, you've rightly asked about general aviation, very big deal, and lodging constraints should scarcely affect it, although it affects many impacts. But our assessment also felt that the GA forecast was overexuberant. Page 40 of the forecast shows key Aspen GA metrics plummeting from 2000 to 2014. I think there was a decade in there where they dropped 4.5% a year. And yet, the rebounding forecasts on the next page take off from data that start in 2019. Something fishy there. This one-time rush we have seen to private planes for pandemic refugees is again unconvincingly extrapolated into substantial future GA growth from a higher base, and that does help approach the FAA's target. Our assessment documents a lot of other problems with the demand forecast, but I think these big issues alone should lead you to reject it and to prefer the low-range forecast that's actually consistent with 26 years of historical evidence. Now, the next part is almost the last, and it's a lot shorter. It's about the fleet mix. A little history. Dan kindly suggested last August, and I presented to him and our Jacobs and Daniel, three friends, last October, an 80-minute technical analysis of super clean and quiet aircraft, comparing the evolution of electric vehicles, EVs, with electric planes, EPs. Those are moving faster with high ambition and almost unlimited capital. EVs and EPs strongly reinforce each other. They have shared skills, technologies, supply chains. They're both greatly sped up by military and drone and electric racing innovations. But unlike the early EVs, EPs have outstanding economics. Their capital cost, fuel cost, and maintenance cost all start well below today's aircraft. And that should help them spread quickly even if they had no carbon or noise or health benefits. Adding those benefits, they could soon grab a big share in every market segment they compete in. Now, our discussion, 2.5 hours or something, of these technical opportunities recorded strong alignment. I asked for corrections or criticisms 4 times, got none. And yet the promised next day debrief to Jackie's AAB was one sentence, saying that I had discussed my philosophy of new airplanes and not mentioning that I'd given a detailed technical brief disproving the official position. For the next 8 months, I've offered that brief to the AAB, but staff had other priorities, so the AAB still has not seen it or discussed it, that evidence, and had to evaluate the forecast without it. They did have our SA-15 assessing the forecast. It's not clear that they considered it. The FAA is tasked to advise you on long-term planning efforts and aviation improvements, but for now that task falls to you. So let me help you glimpse the game changers that the forecast fleet mix did not include, but is assumed to withstand. It's not just a matter of whether new planes will fit, but whether the ones being assumed as needed can compete with what's coming at us. Now, the lower range forecast uses only existing regional jets, and the assumed mix is shifting from the green CRJ 700s to the louder and dirtier, so I colored them red, but under 95-foot Embraers. Some CRJ 700s do keep flying to at least 2042, as Bill and the manufacturer agreed that they can. The Embraers may start flying here next year in unknown numbers, I think small, for unstated carriers on unstated old or new routes, but whatever the mix is, it does not need bigger planes or new airside. The FAA, as you know, rejected that forecast as below historic trends, understandably, because on the evidence presented to them, they didn't have any reason to think differently. The mid-range forecast that you are now being asked to adopt also substitutes Embraers, but very quickly. All the CRJ 700s inexplicably retire by 2032, when the dominant United fleet will still be at midlife. Bigger planes can fly here starting in 2032 in this forecast, but those Airbuses, both the smaller in blue and the bigger in yellow, only enter slowly. A decade later, they're still just 29% of the airline flights. 71% remain regional jets. Lower than forecast passenger growth would, of course, further shrink this unimpressive Airbus share growth. Operators base airline choices on very complex system and airport-specific cost analyses, just like Bob did in the 50s. But importantly, the forecast fleet mix offers zero evidence and zero sources. Its results were simply dictated, we're told, by FAA staff in Denver. Now, I doubt that this really reflects a plausible business case or a likely outcome for Aspen, especially against the unexamined competition that I'll summarize in the next two slides. But the big takeaway here is that the forecast itself, despite its grossly exaggerated enplanement growth, cannot make a robust case that Aspen urgently needs bigger planes. Once they're let in, they still show weak demand a decade later, so there wasn't a rush to decide now. And well within these 2 decades, aviation will transform beyond recognition, putting at risk of early retirement most or all of the bigger fossil fuel planes, for which we would just have spent $200-odd million building a new airside.
Sorry about that, it won't stay off.
Thank you. Now, the forecast and FAA require that we design for a bigger plane, however that comes about, that is not yet certified to land here, unless there's some news I haven't heard yet, and it might not be able to. We should probably ask our experts about that. And yet, the forecast excludes any airplane or propulsion system that isn't yet certified in general. Odd. The forecast newest plane in 2042 will use at best 2016 technology. The forecast also does not consider whether fossil-free planes could be available sooner than a new airside for bigger fossil fuel planes. It only says the fossil-free planes are years away, of course. Well, also years away is a new airside. The forecast does not compare these two timescales, so I will in a moment. The forecast implicitly divides the future into too soon to change anything and too far off to speculate about, with nothing in between. But the in-between part is crucial because aviation is now undergoing the deepest and swiftest revolution I've ever seen in 50 years of following technology. It's a race to fossil-free flight involving an enthusiastic but different part of the FAA. And setting our airport's future for decades to come needs you to understand this utterly new competitive landscape. Now, that 8-month-old technical brief I did long on our website cannot be summarized here, obviously. So let me just highlight its Aspen implications by slightly updating 2 6-month-old slides that are in our essay number 5. County advisors have long told us that new kinds of very clean and quiet aircraft would be small, slow, short range, and far off. Our county-invited analysis last October found the opposite and blew away the expectations in my 2019 Der Hosier talk. Today, there are scores of capable developers of these new planes, with about 1,000 orders from over 50 operators. So here are 9 examples of their speed and ambition most backed by solid performance tests and supply chains. There are many more. I'll just pick 9. In the top row, the left and middle images show a thoroughly flight-validated air taxi with stubby wings, I believe 52-foot wingspan, and extraordinary aerodynamics that can scale to regional jet size and probably to 737 size. This version burns any liquid fuel, including pure sustainable aviation fuel, at 8 times normal efficiency and 1/8 normal operating cost. A 9 to 19 seat 1,000 nautical mile hydrogen version has been announced for service in 2027. Larger electric versions relevant to and specified for Aspen are expected in this decade. The upper right image is a 76-seat Dash 8 turboprop that the number 5 U.S. airline donated for a hydrogen retrofit test next year. You'll recall this airplane burning dino juice served Aspen well until 7 years ago. You were told it's no longer flying in the U.S. Actually, late last year, there were over 160 flying in the U.S., more in Canada, 1160 worldwide. This hydrogen retrofit will target a roughly San Francisco range with 40 to 80 seats by 2027, not the mid-30s. The maker has $10 billion in pre-orders from big global airlines. 10 days ago, they announced that a 60-seat, nearly Dallas range hydrogen retrofit of the CRJ 700 is also feasible with zero emissions and low noise. I would conservatively assess it could be in service around 2027, 3 years after a competitor.
Let me check in with you, Amory, and
Yeah.
see where you are in your presentation.
Yep, I have, let's see, 6 slides.
6
Thank you.
slides left?
Yep.
Okay.
And I appreciate your patience. Now, the middle row, and I'm sorry, there's an error in what I just told you. Strike the 3 years after targeted for a competing one, because that would be next year. I think they say that, but I don't believe it. But 2027, I think, for a CRJ 700 retrofit is not at all unrealistic at the rate they're going. Now, the middle row shows 3 new electric planes.
You know, I'm just going to say something really quick. We can't do a fleet forecast for planes that don't
We cannot do
exist yet. A fleet mix forecast for planes that don't exist
I
yet.
understand. Yeah, I'll
So
talk about that.
I just want to make sure that we utilize our time well.
Yeah, but it's the responsibility of this board to consider a bunch of things that aren't in the forecast.
Planning for.
And this is
yeah.
one of them. Yeah, I agree. Now, the middle row shows 3 new all-electric, battery electric planes. On the left, a 30-seater due in 2028. In the middle, a 19-seater due between 2025 and 27. On the right, a 19-seater due in 2028. The reason, by the way, a lot of makers start at 19 seats and then grow from there is that staying below 20 makes initial certification manyfold cheaper. At the lower left is a 9-seat hybrid, starting a bit late for Embraer for 2030, that they aim to launch a new series with, rising to 300 seats and 500 miles in 2040. More interesting, I think, the lower middle image is an electric retrofit of the 100-seat BAE 146 that served Aspen till 2006. It is now due back in electric service in 2026 with a range to Phoenix or nearly to Chicago, depending on its source of electricity. And they aim to get it up to 186 seats in Chicago range in 2030. And then on the right, just so they're not left out, is Airbus's hydrogen 100-seater for 2035 service entry. Now, let me emphasize, these and scores of other ultra-clean and very quiet planes are still targets promised to investors. They are not yet fully developed and certified realities. Big difference. Some specs and dates will slip. Some projects will fail. But with so many and so capable firms and such high ambitions and funding, I think they're unlikely all to fail. These are only 1/4 of the industry plans we analyzed. Those, in turn, are a fraction of the total because many competitors are not yet announced. Therefore, this little petting zoo of 9 examples is just one corner of a rather large bestiary. So when can we expect what new aircraft to come fly here? I'm going to show this all in one eye chart.
It's going on an hour.
Bear with me, it's simpler than it looks. The airport forecast includes no technologies after 2016. So here are a few dozen examples of the omitted technologies that you have to think about. Each bubble represents one new kind of advanced airplane that's been announced.
Amy, something hasn't changed on our screens.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. It's hard to juggle two at once. Thank you.
But just to point out, the last slide took 10 minutes, so if you have 6 more, that's another hour. So
And-
hopefully,
Yes,
speed it
this
up
is
a
the
little.
only other long one.
Well-
Each bubble represents one new kind of advanced airplane. Each plane's passenger capacity is shown by the area of the bubble, and there's a legend in the black box at the upper right. Each bubble's color shows the propulsion system: battery electric in blue, hybrid electric in green, hydrogen in brown. And for comparison, in red at the left, I showed the CRJ 700, and its maker and build expect its routine retirement could start in the red date range at the lower right, that is 2 or 3 decades hence, plus any life extension. Now, the announced in-service date for each new plane is shown on the horizontal axis, subject to uncertainties about certification and stuff. How far it can fly is on the vertical axis, whose small scale at the lower left shows city distances from Aspen. Importantly, this graph does not include super efficient fueled planes like the 2 at the upper left of the previous slide. It does not show some interesting electric planes very relevant to Aspen that I can't talk about. All planes shown through 2027 fit Aspen's current wingspan and other constraints, and there's a lot of planes in that cluster. All are well suited to more frequent direct service, connecting Aspen with far more airports at similar or lower ticket price. Most planes planned for after 2030, when the industry expects to be taking over the market, are not shown either. Only 3 of numerous electric vertical takeoff and landing (eVTOL) air taxis are shown for comparison. Those are the tiny blue bubbles at the lower left over the next few years. By about 2025, some eVTOLs should be able to carry about 9 passengers Aspen to Denver without needing our runway or our airport. At several major airports, United and Delta have announced eVTOL service for 2025, including some from your home. American is close behind. Some eVTOLs exceed 200 miles an hour and 10,000-foot elevation. Size, range, and altitude ratings will rapidly improve. First type certifications are now expected next year for several, and commercial service a year later, and already a flyover 500 meters above your head can be barely audible. So there are so many ultra-clean airplanes expected in commercial service in this decade, some bigger and longer range than the 700s, that we need to compare their timing with the 2 blue construction timelines at the upper left for the new airside, aiming 2 years ago for 2030 completion, now for 2032 or so. But by then, a swarm of ultra-clean, super quiet, cheaper to buy and fly planes that fit our existing airside will probably be here, even if they're years delayed.
I think we understand what you're saying. So can you move on? Because we'd really like to, we have other presenters this afternoon.
Yes.
Thank you, Amy. I think we understand this slide pretty thoroughly.
Yeah. So when this forecast ends in 2042, its airplanes are going to be as antique as a 97 Buick is now, and about as competitive.
Francie, can I ask a question? You presented a lot of this information a couple years ago when we did the thing at Door Hosier, and one of the things that I believe you said is that the newer, lighter, more efficient aircraft of the future would undoubtedly have longer wingspans. Is that still hold true?
No, and I've written you 3 times in the BOCC to say that it stopped being true when that very stubby wing one was announced, and the bigger variants are 76 feet, and I have confirmed that those suitable for Aspen fitting within 95 feet would fit our capacity requirements.
So they would have the number of seats that's similar?
Yeah, comparable to what we have now, regional
Okay,
jet size.
great, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Now, This you can just read. Obviously, there are uncertainties. I should emphasize there are a lot of FAA certifications already well underway, but the FAA is having to write new rules. However, some go faster than you might expect because they're not new airframes, they're old ones with retrofitted propulsion. The technology pace is extraordinary. Some of the new aviation motors have 10 times the power per pound that's in our good EVs now. I think in general these new planes are not technically speculative. And in particular, I don't think it's riskier to look at them than to assume that in Aspen Summers the Embraers can compete here and the 300s can safely fly here. I don't think it's riskier than assuming that you can prudently plan for 130 to 160 passenger planes when our whole valley's best case maximum stretch emergency medical capacity could barely handle the crash of one 76-seater. That is not mentioned in Barry's great new safety study. The Public Safety Council has not been consulted, and it should be. That's a big issue. Now, there are a lot of exciting things here, one of which I won't get into is that these new cheap-to-run planes and cheap-to-buy planes would very much encourage point-to-point route architectures, so we could have nonstops from Aspen to any of thousands of airports, but at lower ticket price with less time, hassle, and money. I do want to emphasize a common claim we hear that not immediately building a new airside amounts to placing a risky bet on quickly getting these fossil-free planes. That is not true. They have nothing to do with each other. As Bill said last year, and the CRJ-700's maker confirmed in the forecast reference 6, and we documented in SA4, the CRJ-700s now in their prime can fly for another 20 or 30 years, more with life extensions, and the forecast Embraers should fly for even longer because they can start off brand new. So if a new airside for bigger planes takes a decade to do, we still have another decade or two to decide whether we need it, without any risk of running out of viable commercial aircraft. And meanwhile, the need for traditional airports will morph and erode. The eVTOLs coming to major airports in the next couple of years, and soon to ours, will let us fly from park and rides, flat downtown roofs, or little vertiports to such airports as Rifle Eagle and Denver, making Aspen's runway less congested and less needed. Now, your airport choices are probably the most important this board will ever make. My last two slides respectfully suggest a 5-part agenda. First come the Safety Task Force recommendations from Barry, Public Safety Council consultations, air and noise measurements and abatements, and fixing the decrepit landside. I think we agree about all that stuff. This community wants and needs a great terminal, but not bigger planes. Second, approving this mid-range forecast would trigger rebuilding the airside. Then we'd have to let in bigger planes that we don't need or want. That would bring 2/3 more passengers in 2050 than we can't manage now. It doesn't meet our agreed goals or fit our values. But this low-range forecast from the same team solves all these problems, and it prudently tables the airside choices until the aviation fog clears. I think it should be acceptable to the FAA if resubmitted with the new evidence you now have. You've been told they will flatly reject any changes, but actually all of your key advisors have clearly stated that the FAA simply requires to be convinced by sound analysis. They haven't seen it yet. They should. It's a reasonable process. It may well work. I'd be glad to help you grasp this opportunity for more fruitful FAA conversations and creative collaborations. Now, even if the FAA did prove rigid, always possible, we can still pay for the airport we want and develop it our own way at our own pace by retaking control of the FBO and running it professionally in the public interest, just as you successfully chose to run the landfill and keep that money home.
I know you want to do this, talk about the FBO, but it's not on the table today. So if you would just.
I'm not going to say any more about the landfill, but it's an analogy. Yeah.
Hopefully you won't.
Well, I would, however, recommend that you take up an offer from our former airport director and his board president from Jackson Hole, a similar airport that has taken over and is running its own
I want you to finish your
FBO.
presentation, okay? To finish it up, because we've already given 40 extra minutes, and we have some other people who are waiting to present.
Okay, and they're happy to talk to you if you invite them. Fourth, I think we need a task force to explore coordination, as we suggest in SA 12, with other local governments, including Rifle and Eagle. The GARCO commissioners told us 4 years ago they would love to be at the airport strategy table with you, but they hadn't been invited. They are already off and running on a regional economic development strategy with the Aspen Institute focused on aviation innovation. I think Aspen's opportunities are now even bigger, and so are the questions that we should be asking. Our airport is wonderfully convenient for Aspenites, but I wonder if it weren't already there, would we build it there today? If not, should we consider evolving it as a vertiport, agrivoltaics hub, and precious affordable housing mecca amid recreation and wildlife, while migrating some aviation functions to a safer and lower mid-valley site or beyond, linked by eVTOLs and ultralight rail? Could that be a better use of 573 open acres you already own right on Aspen's doorstep? You know, at Stanford, I teach that all the important design mistakes are made on the first day when we bound out what we're not going to consider. So we four-laned 82 without seriously considering a great valley-wide transit option, still available, retrofittable, 8 times cheaper than light rail. Let's not repeat that pattern by planning our renewed airport in isolation, disintegrated from lumberyard and entrance to Aspen, forever reliant on the 82 umbilical, not integrated into a comprehensive regional mobility concept. Tough design challenges typically get easier when we enlarge them, as General Eisenhower advised, when we move the boundary out until it embraces everything the solution requires. To solve so many problems at once, we have to consider them as a whole and focus not just inward but outward. And I think Aspen City Council would love to play. And finally, SA 12 explores a rich menu of fiscal and other policies, potentially including so-called localization, to influence which planes fly here, when, with what impacts. I'll just leave up a quick slide that summarizes what that's about. The old belief that FAA preempts everything turns out not to be so. There is a huge amount of white space as yet unexplored that could mitigate by influence, not by mandate and prohibition, many of the impacts that this community is concerned about. So if the FAA wanted, I think the 5-part agenda I've outlined could sustain robust Aspen airline service and meet the community's goals for safety, noise, air, public health, community character, financial strength. And if the FAA wanted to help, it could remain a cherished partner. If not, I think the county should continue to rely on the FAA's peerless safety skills, but defer any decision on the new airside design, keep our existing wingspan limit, fund the airport design we want from our own FBO income at our own pace. None of this is easy. It'll take vision, courage, hard work. I think we can do it together. Lots of moving parts, some assembly required. Thank you for your kind and very patient attention, and I'm eager to hear what's on your minds.
Thank you, Amory.
Are we gonna have
Does anybody on the
discussion?
board have questions for Amory?
We have discussion
Or
now,
comments?
or-
Yeah, we can have discussion.
I would rather not, actually, because we're way
I
beyond.
know where we are.
Yeah.
So does anybody have questions for Amory? Well, Amory, I certainly don't disagree with everything you said. I have some things I strongly agree with. The outsized effect of STRs as being setting a once in a one occurrence of a steep growth line, that linear equations, while they can be used to predict trends, are never accurate, and lines of best fit can be misleading. I appreciate the complex analysis of multiple variables which could affect future employments. I certainly am interested in the future possibilities that you presented of planes, but I object to impugning the motives of our staff and the generous citizens and experts of the AAB. And I do think that all of your well-worded, highly intelligent statistics run into the steel wall of the FAA. And I thoroughly appreciate your research. I recognize how smart it is and how thorough it is, but I don't necessarily see its applicability to our moving forward at this point. So I read your whole thing and I listened to it today, and as I say, I really appreciate it. I appreciate the intelligence that it's infused with and its look at Aspen's growth. But even if we completely disagreed with Jacobs and Daniels about the trajectory of our future growth, it doesn't affect the fact that we need to deal with the FAA at this time. So, Steve?
I think I would probably disagree with your comparison with the pillow count with the increase in the flights. I think that's a coincidence and not a causal effect. I don't think the airlines were looking at the pillow count in Aspen when they were increasing their number of aircraft coming here and establishing new routes. So this is really maybe more a question for you guys. When did the regional jet flights start increasing in Aspen? Like direct flights from LA, Atlanta, the different places they have come from. What year did that happen?
Bill Thompson.
Was it about 2014 when the big spike in flights went up and an increase in enplanements?
Yeah, the majority of that new service came from American Airlines, and American started in 2012 with very few flights. And by 2014 through 2019, yeah, that was the period where most of their activity was added.
Bill, you cited 7 specific routes that were added, and I understand they're all scrapping for market share, but are you really telling us that they wouldn't have paid attention to how many people want to fly to Aspen?
I'm not sure I understand what you're quoting me about.
Well, you wouldn't normally say that a 98% correlation is purely coincidental.
No, I wouldn't, and I would say that a 98% correlation is highly unlikely. And so
that's what I thought till I did the math.
Yeah, okay, well, I can't argue that with you here, but I can tell you that we did a similar analysis, since it was an obvious occurrence, and came up with a correlation that was not nearly that high. So we'll go back and of course.
Well, we can work offline.
But actually, it's irrelevant to what we need to accomplish today. So I'd like to get to where we can move on and get ready for our vote tomorrow.
And kind of tagging on to that, the regional direct flights from different cities to Aspen eliminated the need for people to fly to a hub and then fly here. So it eliminates a whole flight that they had to be on before. It probably also eliminates a lot of people flying into Denver and then renting a car and driving here, because they're doing a direct flight from wherever. And I'd really be curious about what is the carbon footprint of the effect of the direct flights to Aspen on these new and getting better regional jet aircraft compared to people flying into Denver, or flying to a hub, ending up in Denver, then renting a car or getting on another plane to fly here. Seems like it's a much more efficient system of getting people here than what we used to have. And that wasn't really analyzed, but I think that's an important thing in terms of carbon footprint of people's, the way they get here.
It would be lower. It would be lower.
Yeah.
And we could do all that analysis, but does it matter? It would be lower.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'm getting at is I think that the regional aircraft doing direct flights to Aspen is a good thing, not a bad thing. And what are those aircraft that are doing that, and what do we anticipate sort of the growth of that? I think there will be more of those kind of flights, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's a good thing.
Okay, any other comments?
No, but thank you, Amy, for coming.
I'm going to end the conversation now because we do have other things on the agenda. Thank you, Amy, for coming. Thank you to our consultants. You guys are fantastic.
Thanks, guys, for
We really
being here.
Appreciate it. And appreciated the conciseness and clarity of your presentation.
And hopefully
Thank
tomorrow
you.
we'll have more sustainable electricity. Good thing we're
Kelly,
not charging
thank you so
planes at
much
the
for the
airport right
computer.
now.
That's why.
Thanks, everybody, for visiting us today and listening in. Let's take a break and give everybody a few minutes to reorient
Oh,
themselves
that
in the
would be good.
room. We will be gone for 5 minutes, Andorra. No,
And-
let's make it 8 minutes.
And we do not have, we'll be able to look at the packet for the EOTC meeting.
Welcome back on Tuesday, June 27th, to the work session for the Board of County Commissioners. We are being treated to a presentation by Linda Dupriest for the Elected Officials Transportation Committee meeting on June 29th. This is a preview, and Brian Pettit is here as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Dupriest, EOTC Regional Transportation Director. I'm going to get y'all out of here real quick. So our EOTC meeting is coming up this Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. in Snowmass Village in the chambers there. We just have one major item, which is the Buttermilk Crossing and Transit Signal Bypass Project. We're going to have a presentation from SGM and DHM, who's the firm that did the public outreach. And then we'll have some updates from our work plan. Logistics, same as they always are. On the decisions reached document in the packet, we only had some directives that y'all gave us around the HOV lane enforcement item. And these four here, we had some members wanting to understand the HOV lane configurations, how they occur in Colorado, since ours here is this kind of unique one when it's a 2-lane situation, the 2-person versus 3-person, and how that affects the record of decision, speed enforcement, and then there was a question about bus interactions with the right side lane. So what we want to do for the August meeting is get CDOT to join us at that meeting and explain some of these issues behind their regulations with HOV lanes in Colorado, just to help the discussion a little bit.
Can I? Should we maybe invite somebody from the SO, Sheriff's Office?
We can.
We can, yeah.
What
Sure.
was your question?
Somebody from the Sheriff's Office to attend that meeting, because they have some specific issues and ideas about the HOV lane, so it might be nice to bring them into the discussion.
Would you have a contact? Oh, our sheriff.
Our sheriff.
Our sheriff's office. Okay, not the state patrol. So, for the Buttermilk Crossing and Transit Signal Bypass, we're going to go over we're going to have a quick analysis of the need for it, which is based on a 2018 study that Picken County did that led to this bigger look at the possible grade separation over under and the technical issues with that. So SGM and DHM are going to present the design concepts and the cost of the overpass versus the underpass. We're going to tell you what we did with the public outreach program. Our EOTC staff is going to discuss our recommendation, and then we'll have a very brief discussion about why we decided to go not to do the go on the transit signal bypass, which we talked about a little bit last month. So our EOTC staff feels that coming from a cost-benefit analysis standpoint, that it doesn't support a grade separation crossing at Buttermilk at this time. The reasons are, most of them are technical behind the various warrants that would trigger a grade separation at this intersection. There are 7 of them, and this crossing doesn't really meet any of them. We'll go into greater detail in those in the meeting, but they are crash incidents. We don't have any between pedestrians, not reported. Between pedestrians.
Calls over there, though.
Close calls.
I had my hand on a few hoods there coming around.
Right. The volumes are really only significant during ski season. The costs are quite excessive, and we'll see a breakdown of those. Things like the MUTCD is the document in the traffic world that determines when you do certain treatments in the roadway. It stands for Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And it has warrants for width of the roadway, speeds of the roadway, if it's controlled or not. Even though in this valley we have a lot of grade separation pedestrian crossings where there are already signals, out in the world you don't often see both. And other technical warrants. We feel that we could make a lot of improvements there with some lower cost options. The feedback and then the visual observation that a lot of people in the community have there. The biggest problem is the conflict with the turning movement from Owl Creek onto 82, going eastbound. We could look at prohibiting that right turn on red there. We could look at when Owl Creek has a green, we give the pedestrians several seconds of green before they get their green, which is called a leading pedestrian interval.
here now.
We have a bunch of them here in town. I think the ones here, maybe they get 2 seconds. We could expand that.
It feels like 5 seconds, but maybe it's 2.
You know, I just counted it coming across the street over here. It varies depending on the conditions. We can work with CDOT on those two things. We could also prohibit the right turn on red and enforce it aggressively. Maybe the EOTC covers the cost of that during the winter. Maybe there's other partnerships. We can also even look at the fact that that right-hand lane, the radius of it is like a slip lanes, and it goes into a transit-only lane. So people treat that as an on-ramp lane. Those are very simple, lower-cost fixes that we can do at that piece of it. We also could look at increasing lighting for nighttime use of the crosswalk there. So,
And this is all because of the cost of the of an alternative of the overpass or underpass.
the cost and mainly, well, those larger decisions I think maybe are for y'all to make, but the cost versus even the pedestrian volumes are not really very high. The last time we collected them in 2018, the largest we had for an hour was 171 pedestrians, and that doesn't even meet the national warrant for a grade separated crossing.
That seems really high to me
Yeah, I
for
was
this
gonna
place.
say.
That seems really high. I mean, that's bus riders. You're talking bus riders. I would imagine there's kids who don't, or people who don't ride the bus down Valley from Buttermilk because they have to cross there.
Well, we'll see if you read the report, if
I'm just saying. I'm not arguing with you, Linda. I'm
Oh,
just
no,
saying.
no, no. Oh, no.
you know.
Please argue. That's what we're here for.
Can I say?
I think that's a lot of people at that intersection, actually.
That's
Yeah,
over
Patty.
an hour?
Yeah, I think in the past, people didn't want the overpass because of scenic view plane. And the underpass is expensive because of the grade on the other side, and there's a ton of utilities that run through there. And so the moving all those utilities would be, would be
The overpass.
extremely
I looked at the
expensive.
pictures that you guys gave us of the overpass. You know, I understand why at 27th Street, Rafta didn't do an overpass because I was just telling this to Kelly. When people come into Glenwood, that's right about where you see Sopris for the first time. So it's a huge emotional impact for people from the valley when they get there, when they've been traveling, or for visitors. It's like huge. But at Buttermilk, an overpass there is like 20, 30 seconds of seeing an overpass, but it's a long approach to Aspen. So I don't think it has that visual negative impact that 27th Street overpass would have had. Anyway, just from looking at your pictures, that was sort of what I took from it.
You know, the comments at the back of DHM's report, just the random comments people gave, are really illuminating. A lot more people don't want that overpass just for the visual that I thought. I was surprised by that because I agree with you. I don't think it's a big deal. And it's seconds.
Yeah.
It's seconds and
Exactly.
it's gone.
You see it and you passed it.
Right. And there's so many beautiful vistas in this valley. But
But that it was too urban.
And $8 million compared to a lawsuit if somebody gets hit there?
8 million, I think that's the
it's
difference.
the overpass is 13 million.
I thought it said 8 to 11.
So that means it's 23 million.
But the underpass was
2025 cost, well,
Oh, okay.
SGM has, they'll go over all the costs. Some are, there's a construction cost and then a design and construction engineering
maybe I was
cost.
just looking at the construction, yeah.
Yeah, and then the underpass, of course, is upwards of 20 million.
Yeah.
And there also is a lot of feedback in there, and we have heard feedback in the community that there are just higher priority needs for our transportation money in the valley. There are infrastructure grants out there, but we, at first pass of this, we probably wouldn't, without meeting all the technical warrants, we probably wouldn't have a good chance at getting one. That doesn't mean we couldn't, but
I would think Buttermilk as a
unlikely.
ski area would fall pretty low on that.
well, these grants, we compete against everybody in the state, Front Range and everything. So they look at Aspen and think, you know,
Right.
Can I ask
a ski area.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go, you want to go first?
I can let you.
I really appreciate hearing this. You know, because at first I was thinking, you know, I could sacrifice my concern about the view plane if we really need a crossing, and an overhead pass would make sense to me. One, it's cheaper than the subgrade, but if it's not necessary, I'm thinking, well, why is there a perception that it's necessary when we really don't have that much pedestrian traffic? And we have people crossing there, but it really isn't. It's not a lot of people. But the thing that's scary when you're there, when I'm there in my ski boots with my skis and I want to get to the bus, the width of the highway there is quite wide, so it's a big expanse you have to cross. The speed of the traffic in general, even though there are lights, the speed of the traffic that's kind of scary too. That it's so far away from Buttermilk and it's such a long way that's just a problem. But then there's that lane issue you brought up, which I really appreciated hearing. The turn on that right with the merging lane, you could almost help make it feel safer if there was like a railroad crossing gate that came down on that right lane. You know, something that could just make sure people do not poach the right-hand turn.
They don't even
And
slow
maybe,
down.
I don't
They
know if
just
that's even
turn.
a thing, if it's legal or not, but if there was some way to make sure that you knew you were going to make it across that lengthy, 4 and 5 lanes. It's 5 lanes, isn't it?
Way to be
If
out
you've
of the
got-
box, Greg.
yeah, it's 6 with
well,
the
it's a
with the
lot
dual
cheaper
turn lanes.
solution.
It's 6
Yeah.
lanes. Yeah.
And honestly, as much as I'd love an overpass, it would be a longer walk than just using the existing crossing. So
Yeah.
I like the direct route is the way I always like to go. So I would walk across the
Like
street
ride-
half the time
ride
anyway,
in the
and some people might anyway.
cliffs.
I'm
Greg,
just
the
wondering
elk
what
could
can we do
use
to
them.
make it safer and quieter and slower moving, so it doesn't seem so terrifying to be out there in your ski boots.
We get the elk to use it too.
No,
If we can get the elk to use it.
I raised these concerns with Linda and Brian too, because, I also think it contributes to backup on 82 in the morning. So people who are just whipping through that light, they're stopping traffic that's getting the green from having anywhere to go. Because now they're merging into, instead of waiting their turn at the red light, they are now merging
turning
into
right on
the
red.
traffic lane, and all those cars have nowhere to go, because now they're backed up behind those 5, 7, 10 people that just whipped through.
Oh, they're backed up anyway, but I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
yeah. Anyway, I don't think, for me, I don't think this is like a priority money. I'd rather see it go, frankly, to the Brush Creek Bridge connection to
Somewhere
Rio
else,
Grande.
somewhere else.
Um,
Bridge
Elk
connection.
one that
crossings.
you don't like.
Oh.
Overpasses.
We don't
That's
agree.
what-
Oh my
that's-
gosh.
I do, and I'll just throw this out there because I continue to think about this, about in the future, getting rid of the Harmony Road light altogether and moving that light to be one with Owl Creek. So it's like just a single intersection.
Yeah, eminent domain.
We lost that one to the golf game.
Well,
on
I
Maroon
don't know.
Creek
I don't
Club.
think we should. I mean, it's not like
Right?
I don't know what that design looks like, but it looks like a parking lot for the condos that are there. The apartments that are there, and some tennis courses. Like I don't know how. If the community starts talking about like what is that land really being used for, and are there ways to adequately replace it so that we don't have that light anymore? If we're going to be adding lights at the lumberyard and the airport, I don't want to. I personally think it should be on the table for conversation and long-term planning.
Of our master
We're gonna buy that portion of the Maroon Creek Club.
Well, Mayor Madsen.
I don't know, has anyone looked at the feasibility of it? Because a lot of it, I think, is the Maroon Creek Apartments parking lot, that if we close the Harmony Light, you could repave that parking lot where the current road is. But I don't know that. That's just
Turn
off,
that
that's
into
back of the napkin.
And then do a
And then you have
solution for
one
the
light
pedestrians at the same
at the
time.
same time. Yeah.
It should have been a roundabout years ago when they first put the Burley game in.
Their riffraff.
Still could
They
be.
paid to house.
Governor
them
was
there.
playing golf
That's
and
why
he
that
allowed his
employee housing is
intersection.
there.
So, Commissioner Clapper, Mayor Madsen, when I did my prep meeting at Snowmass, he wants the story on why we have that jog there. And I'm being new to
I would
that.
have what?
The jog, why Harmony isn't lined up with Owl
yeah.
Creek.
I could fill him in.
And Brian said that you could
Yep.
fill him in on that,
And I
'cause
don't even
I
play
don't know
golf
it.
and I know.
Who was the governor?
Was it Bill Owens?
It was Owens.
Yeah.
Times change, you know.
So,
It doesn't mean we can't consider a roundabout. We
what
haven't
else-
even
what were
talked
we
about a
talking
No,
roundabout.
but you'd have
But they're
to,
hell for pedestrians and dangerous.
you would have to purchase the land from them. I think the Maroon Creek Club owns that parking lot for the apartments. Those are
I
their.
don't, and that, I don't
Those
think
are
that's a
their
solution for
mitigation.
pedestrians.
Let them build housing in there.
I'm wondering
I
on
think-
the pedestrian crossing there, if there, could there be a light that the pedestrian pushes that would make strobe lights just to catch the attention of some of the drivers, or would that confuse them more?
Confuse them more.
Epileptics, right?
well,
think
I
you do a
don't,
no right turn.
You know,
I
like
love
the
the strobe
crossings
lights.
over here.
yeah.
I love those strobe
But
lights.
it's not one you go and push and you just walk across the highway. You still
You
need
have to wait,
the pedestrian cross signal.
like the ones in Carbondale at the roundabout. They made it so much safer there.
I think our staff recommendation is to allow us to bring those options to the board so that you guys can
We're not
consider
gonna solve
them.
the problem.
Because I would think, you know, we don't have those same flashing lights. We have other lights on 82 that say, you know, prepare to stop when flashing,
Right.
you know, at that, which is why.
They
I
also
think the
say
speed
deer
is-
on the highway.
Yeah.
We do
and
down near.
I'm used to crossing at Old Snowmass, which is way more dangerous intersection than
Really?
there.
Well, the speed is crazy.
There are more accidents right there at that light than
No
I think
kidding.
anywhere else on Highway 82.
But there's not as many lanes to cross.
There are hardly any pedestrians crossing there, but you don't
Yeah, that's sketchy over there.
you don't start walking across the highway when you get a walk signal. You're taking your life in your hand. You
Yeah.
make sure
No
those
kidding.
cars stop, because
We are
when they're
going
running
off
through the
track
red
here.
light, which they do,
Yeah, it's like the
You're
place
dead.
down between
You're
Basalt and
target.
Isabel. Oh, that's
Yeah.
terrifying. People crossing there. Oh.
This is a
So
great
does it have to
discussion
be
for tomorrow.
$13 million? Does it have to be a fancy overpass? Can it be cheaper?
I don't believe
rope
so.
Yeah.
What do they call those lines? What do they call those things you slide
Gondola?
through the jungle on?
Well, let's not pay any more for studies for a while and apply that towards it.
I think
We-
we do a no right turn and see how that goes. Piece of cake.
No
To
right
your
turn.
point,
No right turn on red.
yeah, from coming off of
No right
Alfred.
turn ever.
You have to go down Valley. Aspen's full.
You have to turn around at Harmony Road.
You guys are kind of punchy, aren't you? Right now.
It's a
Really? You think so?
tough act to follow for you guys.
Tell me, why did you guys come today?
I want to know what the 170 pages is. It's
Yeah, you sent us a
170
packet, what the heck?
To your point, Steve, the field of improving intersections for pedestrians and bicyclists is like this. It's improving all the time. There's all kinds of tools and technical things that we can use, and CDOT is one of the more progressive state DOTs in the country that's open to the latest best practices. So we have a lot of things that we can look into and bring it back to you with some of those ideas. Of course, working closely with CDOT on that.
Okay.
So, and then we just have some updates on the things we've been talking about. We're going to get an update with the two Snowmass situations there. A lot of you are probably aware that the development application for their transit center was turned down, and they had to give their federal money back. So we're going to,
Oh my gosh, really?
Oh, yeah.
By the snowmass?
The council.
The council turned down their transportation center?
So it was the P&Z rejected the plan, and then council followed suit.
You're kidding.
That's
And
only like the
so
fourth time that's happened.
It
right there.
is, yeah, it is back on the drawing board. They did have to hand back the grants. I think both state and federal, they had dollars lined up.
How much money did they have?
Over $1 million.
That's to the state.
Now
To the
they're gonna
to
go
the
back and do
state.
another
feds
because-
was
study and
20
spend half of
million.
that.
It was quite a bit of money that got handed back at this point, and I think the discussion is about going back to the drawing board to redesign the project.
They have already spent like $6 or
No.
$7 million or
The
something,
designers
haven't
are
they?
probably so happy about that.
Brian, how much money have they spent already?
I don't know. I think
It's
that's
millions.
maybe
We're
part
gonna hear
of
from
the
Sam.
update from Sam.
And so does RAFTA have to kick up more money for that? Another study?
Well, I think that's going to be a conversation between the town and RAFTA. I don't know the answer to that question. I know, I think it was a surprise, at least at the staff level when that happened.
Let's solve the
I'll
problem
bet.
now.
How much did
right
the
now,
EOTC
tonight.
spend on it?
We had $6 million waiting in the wings to put into it.
We haven't spent it.
Well, I think RAFTA has spent some on the study.
We've
Did-
spent-
Did we
Okay.
have some in on design? I thought we had a small amount in on design, but maybe not.
I think so.
We had years ago,
That's- that's-
years
yeah.
ago.
That might be
Maybe-
what
We
I'm
gave them money
thinking
for
about.
design out of their lockbox or whatever we call it, their piggy bank.
Why did they turn it down?
I think it was a conversation in the community about compatibility with community character, and
Snowmass Village has
There-
community character. Could've
absolutely,
fooled me.
and I think there was some concern. There just wasn't a lot of strong support that came from the business community, and there was a very vocal group, I think, opposing it, and the Planning Commission turned it down.
I think people are just tired of the veilinization of Snowmass.
Of the what?
The veilinization. When you sit at Taster's Restaurant and look up at Base Village,
I know.
yeah,
just
it's like you
incredible.
have to I mean, it's great when you're up there playing around, but when you look at it, you have to remember where you are.
Yeah, I went there for the first time this last year in, I don't know, 10 years. I didn't even know where I was.
I used to live up there. It was so funky.
Is there any, it seems like the HOV lane enforcement isn't really going anywhere.
Yeah.
Right? That's not happening. We're gonna hear about it though, right?
Not through EOTC. I think
Okay.
that there may be other options there. That's why we're kind of bringing CDOT into the mix.
Right, because it
To
just
us
seems
at a
such an
different
anomaly
time.
for them.
Yes, Steve?
Today, I had to drive to the Brush Creek Park and ride because I was running late. And the traffic coming up the highway is so incredibly dangerous, you would not believe. And anybody who travels up the highway, those of you who live in town don't see it, but people are.
Don't say that. People always say we never go past the roundabout. That is not true.
Not true of you, that's for sure.
There's such bad driving behavior by some individuals, go vastly exceeding the speed limit and weaving in and out and cutting people off and nearly hitting people because they're cutting in front of them, and it's like insane. It's like I feel much safer if I'm on a RAFTA bus from farther down valley than having to be in my own car on that stretch.
It's really
Agreed.
true between Basalt and Elgeville too. That's really.
It's
that
true all the
stretch.
way down the highway.
Yeah.
All the way
What?
to
You should
Glenwood.
see coming and going from Glenwood Springs.
Yeah. But something
Yeah,
about that
all the way
stretch
down.
between Basalt
Yeah,
and
all the way down.
Elgeville is just.
I-70, yeah.
So what else do we have on the
Carbondale to
list?
Basalt is a little
Any other
tamer, maybe
updates
because
for
it's
us?
straighter.
Straighter, and they're going
Yeah.
faster though, actually.
No, I think they go faster after Elgeville. That's where it really.
Yeah,
starts.
yeah.
Francie, what else have they got for us?
We'll have a very brief update on Brush Creek Park and Ride. The project's going really well. Picken County, we submitted a grant for the EV charging infrastructure out there in partnership with Holy Cross. So we just turned that in. Aspen's going to give us a update on the Castle Creek Bridge situation. Since our EOTC meeting, they had their big work session on May 15th, where the council decided to not fund the study that they had the RFP out for. So we're going to hear the next steps from Pete Rice. And then a quick update on the automatic vehicle counters. We're starting a trial with one of the technology companies next month. Hopefully got the equipment already, and we're going to start seeing how that works. One of the companies is...
Where will the counters be?
We're going to put it up at the lumberyard area.
MRA, yeah, Mountain Rescue building.
Give us an idea what the next stoplight location
Yeah.
will be.
Both directions or just both directions?
It's going to count both directions as well as the pathway. So we'll have that equipment out there for about a month, and
Will it
we'll
count-
be reporting on that in August.
Will
with
it
y'all.
count the cars coming out from the airport? Because that's where a lot of people, we miss them, remember? Do you don't want to miss those people that jut in through the airport and come out?
We'll check on that. I don't know that it will.
Yeah, because if you put it too far down valley, you're going to miss those numbers.
Down valley.
So what are we trying to learn from this? I mean, where you're putting them obviously makes sense. As Patty says, if we miss an intersection or something, there won't be one at Public Works, I assume, but you've got 5 other locations.
Well, this test, this is just a logical place to do the test with this particular company called Precor. It is a video. It's a combination of video and then AI that reads and interprets the video, and it collects volumes, vehicle class, and speeds. It might also do license plate reading.
Jeez, I'm not driving that.
Oh, geez, really?
I'm turning off at Cemetery Lane and going the long way.
Aspen asked us at their prep meeting if the mayor's interested in if we could read where people are coming from by reading their license plates. We will look into that with the company once we have the technology here and we're using it.
Yeah, but
Well,
do
you
you know
know-
people live with cars from Florida? And they live here, and their cars are registered in Florida.
RAFTA did an incredible study of traffic that came through Glenwood Springs. I don't know if you guys have seen that. But where that traffic came from, where its final destination was, you might really be interested in that study.
Cell phone data?
It's really good.
The
What?
cell phone, that cell
Yeah,
phone
the cell-
study was interesting.
It was really a
The
good
city
study.
did that. City of Aspen did that.
Yeah, cell phone data, it is really interesting. It's also tricky in a smaller rural area. You don't have the big numbers. But yes, it was,
Amy's
it
coming
talked at
back.
least about where the traffic was coming in West Garfield County down into this valley.
Really interesting.
So
When
That's
Pete
it.
comes to give us his presentation on the Castle Creek Bridge, I'm dying to talk about the Philadelphia bridge that collapsed, and they replaced it in 12 days.
yeah, the transit world's a little irritated by that because transit projects, well, DOT just jumped on that and got it fixed, and it was admirable. But
They
you
got
know,
the
why
president
can't we?
to come in and say,
Yeah,
fix
yeah,
this.
yeah,
Looked really good for
Have you
Biden.
ever driven through there?
Why can't we get transit
It
projects?
is like a major artery to the nation.
It's almost 10% of the nation's GDP.
What is
that
it?
travels
Is that
through.
right?
That where that bridge crosses.
Yeah, 160,000 cars a
I mean,
day
I've driven on
passed
that
over where
bridge
that
a
accident.
lot.
So the Castle Creek Bridge.
Imagine
Castle Creek Bridge is right up there.
160,000.
Look at the GDP. Look at the money we have crossing that bridge.
Yeah,
Give me a
yeah.
break. How many billionaires
Let's
cross
get the
Castle Creek
governor
Bridge?
over here and get
They
him to fix
don't
this
come
thing.
out.
140 according to Evan Marks.
Yes, they do.
They go to Buttermilk and Snowmass.
They go to the Buttermilk Mountain Lodge.
Until they have
And
an
I
evil
don't-
that can drop them straight in their backyard. But-
You have the governor attend this meeting.
I don't think Pete's presentation isn't going to be huge. It's just meant to be an official update for the whole EOTC since the May 15th session that they
Take us
did.
forever. The way
These
we're
guys are going to
going.
ask to be first on the agenda next time they have to come see us, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Before we go absolutely out of our.
It was
I have a-
fine.
Francie, may I make a comment
I wanted
that's
to say
totally
something, too.
unrelated, but related?
I've got a related comment.
You got huge kudos from Eliza at Accra. She said you were awesome in your pod thing.
Oh gosh.
She did a pod thing about transportation, and she could not thank me enough for referring you to her.
I apologize for not following up with you after I went and did
She said
that.
you were awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
It was
I want you to hear
conversational.
it. She said you were great, so thank you very much.
They had good questions, easy to answer.
Linda, how long have you been at EOTC now?
Oh, just since October.
Okay, so this advice will be useful. At EOTC meetings, it's easy to get off track at the very beginning. So all I was going to recommend is, and everybody should be reminded of the ground rules of how it operates when you have a retreat or the working agreements, because before you're able to finish a sentence, you might have somebody shooting the legs out from under the point you were trying to make. But those are in the ground rules, and it's acknowledged by everybody who goes. But I think it's always good to read it, like the admiral does in the British Navy. They read the Articles of War every Sunday, so people
we don't
know
get
what
off track.
They know what the rules are.
Like we
Because
never do.
15 elected officials in the room that are all giddy because they've been in an airport meeting. You know, it's going to be it's like herding cats.
It's like this on steroids, is what he's saying.
So all I was going to say is remind everybody the ground rules working agreements. John Peacock can give you the brief.
Yeah, I've
primer.
never seen the ground
Okay.
rules.
Okay.
Make
that's
it
all I
I-
wanted to
I-
say.
go along.
Do you guys have anything else for us? You are dismissed.
Thank you
You're
very much.
warned and dismissed.
See you.
Thank you for being so patient with us.
Thank you
Oh
so
no,
much.
I enjoy it. I can
You
talk
did not enjoy that
I can talk
meeting.
transportation 24 hours a
Thank you
day.
for your service to the Queen.
But is everybody going to be attending?
Oh, I heard city council's all out of town. They're taking 2 weeks off. Did you hear that?
Well, I hope they're not. No, I believe we're gonna. I don't know.
It's at Snowmass?
It's in Snowmass, so
Where?
City Hall.
at the town up on Kearns up there.
City
I'll
Hall.
look on my maps. I have no idea. where it
Brian,
is.
question for Brian. Do you think we should give a heads up on the
And in my Gmail, it keeps defaulting to
regional
pick it.
mobility manager idea that we're working on?
We could do that.
We could just to let people know that that's a possibility that position would happen.
Yeah,
But don't get off track.
sure. I think if there's time at the end of the meeting to do that, we ought to do that.
Could be one of
Can I ask
our
Brian a
local update kind of a thing or something.
Sounds good.
Everybody's
Hey,
in
one more
Brian.
question.
While you're here, can we talk about Delwini signs?
Oh, yes.
See that?
Yeah, so there was miscommunication between the National Adopt a Highway Corporation and their regional partners here. So they will be removed by CDOT and the regional Adopt a Highway folks. So for whatever reason, that directive was not translated between a big company.
One of them
They
got
need
knocked
help?
down already.
How soon are they going to do it? Because I know people who would probably pay to go cut one down.
Yeah.
I don't know how soon, but
And-
that
well,
was the
then
email
there's an
yesterday.
opportunity.
Okay.
I talked to their president and she apologized profusely.
Well, and Brian, if you do it before August the 3rd, I'm going to Dalwhinnie, Scotland.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know there's a Dalwhinnie,
You
Scotland?
could take all their signs.
I can take the signs.
No, they replace them.
gift
Now they just say available for advertising.
I
And
will
was like,
take them to Dalwhinnie. I'll
this
take them
looks
back to
worse.
Scotland with me.
I'll try to check on the timing and get for the OTC meeting in case
Could have a lot of
Send
fun
you a
with
note.
this.
All
if
right,
we
what are
knew
we
could
doing
do it.
next here? Where are we?
Well, I'm not going to start until these guys have a
No,
chance
but
to
I'm trying to
exit.
figure out where I am here.
You're on review of future
Future
agendas.
All right. I've got a few items for the board. First,
Linda, Brian,
just a note, we had originally planned for Pickens County Cares Awards to be October 3rd. We're having some scheduling conflicts, so we were going to push that back to October 10th. So the next week, just want to be sure
great.
there aren't any plans amongst the board members.
Something
for
else
that.
happening on the 3rd.
When
What
is
else
it going to be?
October 10th.
You're wondering what my plans are on October 10th?
I am just giving you a heads up that your plan should be to be at Pickens County Cares.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have questions about this.
Also, Town of Snowmass Village dinner, our joint meeting is scheduled now for August 17th from 4 to 7. And
Okay.
yeah, we had talked about doing a joint meeting, and we thought it'd be good to break some bread together. We have not determined a location yet.
Ooh,
but,
let's go to the Snowmass Club. That's where they usually take us. It's so good.
I think that's gotten harder to get into. It's where Grace is working, though, so maybe.
August
A back
17th,
room there?
You've got an in.
And then just for tomorrow, just a heads up on Turnabout Ranch, it does look like the applicants will be asking for a continuation. So they want to keep it on the agenda, but they're asking for a continuation
It's not a continuation, it's something a little different. We're not gonna do a date certain. I talked to Leslie Lamont, I guess you could call it, but it's different.
Well, I think they're looking for, they're going to
want some
explain
time.
it. They want some time to propose some amendments. So they'll explain that. We'll keep the item on the agenda.
Okay.
We will not, they'll
that'll
explain it and then ask for a
So
continuation.
we'll get out at midnight
That'll
instead of 1
shorten the
o'clock.
meeting.
But it should shorten the meeting just a little bit.
And what's
yeah.
3 trees?
That's been withdrawn.
Oh, great. We have no land use public hearings?
No, because we're gonna be talking airport till midnight, Francie.
I have a question about 4th of July. It's a Tuesday. Do we have a meeting?
No, that's a holiday, so we will not have a meeting
So
that
we have
day.
no meeting next week, or it's moved?
There was a meeting
It
on,
gets moved, I believe, to that Thursday.
Thursday?
Oh, yeah, it does
one
say
thing I
work
saw
session
something on
Wednesday.
July
We have something else going on that
5th,
Thursday.
We don't,
but
we,
it doesn't show up on our future agendas.
yeah, we don't have anything on, it just shows on Tuesday on my map. I don't have anything on Thursday.
Yeah, I didn't see anything else that week, John.
So on the website agendas page, it says we have a work session Wednesday.
Wednesday makes more
July
sense than
5th.
Thursday.
That's where I
I'm
saw
sorry,
it,
July
yeah.
5th is what I meant to. yeah.
July 5th,
Okay.
10 a.m.
I might
work
not
session.
be able to do that.
Future agenda to review for it.
Okay, so
Not yet.
I'll
10
just see if I
a.m.
can do
Why
that.
isn't it showing up on our calendars?
That I will have to check on. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's not
sure why
coming
that's
up.
not
I
showing
guess I
up.
could just move that over.
If you have the county calendar, it's in there.
What calendar?
County calendar?
For July, what?
Yeah, but it
4th?
usually pulls
County
up on
calendar?
mine.
I thought I had the
but it's
county
not on
calendar.
there.
What is the county calendar? Is that, you go to the
When we
website?
adopt.
It's not showing on mine
You know,
either,
at
so
the beginning
I'm
of the
not
year.
sure
Oh,
why.
mine didn't.
Oh, you mean the paper
Yeah.
thing or the, but she
Yeah,
doesn't mean
our
like a
meeting
Google
dates.
calendar.
Google, this gets
Yeah.
updated.
I see. Yeah.
And we
Well,
are
I have
not
2 little
showing
things.
Well, I
a
don't plan to
future
be here on
agenda for
Tuesday.
July 5th.
I-
Does the board,
We want to have a
Want a work
meeting on
session on
July
July 5th?
5th?
Yeah, do we want to have a meeting on
We
July 5th?
need to have one is the question. You
We
can
need a
tell
week
us.
I am not showing it any items right now.
No, we don't have anything
Let
scheduled
me
yet.
Go back out to,
Jackie Francis did tell me she has an expert on sustainable aviation fuel coming in, not that soon, I don't think, but would like
Sometime in
to schedule
August, I
time with
think.
us.
Yeah, I thought she said August
Did she
also.
say August?
I thought so.
no meeting on the BOCC calendar, actually. Charlotte just
For the
texted me
5th.
because we did not schedule items, so we can
Just
cancel
ditch it.
that.
Ditch it.
That's great.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Yep,
Okay.
it's not till the 11th. Yep,
So,
sorry, I was struggling with that.
so obviously I won't be here on the 11th. And I won't be here on the 12th or the 13th or the 14th. And I'm assuming I will be back for our joint meeting with Aspen. That's my plan.
So you're gone the 11th through the,
To the end of that week. I mean, I'm not supposed to walk anywhere except on my floor, you know, like
right.
getting to my parking lot is not level. So,
When can you drive? Legally.
whenever I want.
Let me rephrase that.
I don't know. But I'll get my sister to drive me up or something if I have to, or Brian or Kara or somebody. So I'm planning on being here on the 18th. I'm trying to make an appointment with Tori right now, but he's being obstreperous.
We want to see you run a meeting high on Peyton.
I don't think I'll be on
what she's
opioids
doing
a week
today.
after surgery. I'm only on
Make a comment on
Tylenol today.
Really, good job.
may I make a comment on open or future
course.
agendas? Okay. I would like to request that when the coroner comes, that we have a brief presentation on mortality in the county. I feel like I always want to know, like, you know, how many deaths did we have? What were the ages? What were the causes? Like those kind of things. And-
Photographs.
You know, we don't, oh. I don't
No,
need that.
gross.
Well, why, I'm just wondering you want a detailed report, is that
Well,
what you're saying?
I feel like it's important to sort of have an understand, like, are we seeing more fentanyl overdoses? Like, I just don't have a sense of
It would be good to hear that, yeah.
you know, the causes of death are in Picken County.
There's the whole state committee that has to do with childhood deaths of some, I can't remember.
Right, the childhood fatality.
To analyze it and figure out, try to improve it. That'd be the same thing. Why do people die here? Is there something we can do that would
Right, is there a public
improve
health
the
issue that we're
longevity
not
rate
focused
for people?
on or something?
Like a while ago, I heard that we have more multiple sclerosis in this valley than in other places. That was like
Okay.
20 years ago or something.
I think
So-
we just know more people because we're such a small town.
Yeah, and I know they're planning on bringing some of those stats because the ask is for resources. Yeah.
I got that when we saw
More
Ann and
resources
Connie.
again?
Yeah.
We just gave them stuff.
Yeah, and to Kelly's point, our numbers are going up, and so that's what we're going to be
Well, we need
talking
to
about.
Cold
But
cases, like they have cold cases.
I'm on top of all of that stuff, and I haven't seen the numbers go up, John. You know, I know everything that goes on with the coroner's office. My thing.
Okay, anything else on future agendas?
I have
Not
two
for-
quick things.
There's something going on there.
On future agendas?
John, on Tuesday the 25th, under housing ballot question discussion, what's HRC?
Home rule charter.
Okay, thank you. I'm never, like HRC.
Is there any acronym that you don't know the meaning of?
I could
So
not come
many.
up with this. And then on Wednesday, the 26th,
Especially all the
item
ones on
number
TikTok.
4 is regarding short-term rental, second reading, but I have not been able to find a first-time reading.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, we've done it.
that was the.
This is on Redstone.
Yeah, I know, we did it, and then we said, oh, that didn't count, we have to do it again, remember? And so we had to have the preliminary one, and then we had the first one, and now
This is
it's,
short-term amendments to the VRC code. It's a code
Redistricting.
amendment. Down here is the second reading.
Village Commercial Zone District is what it has to do with in Redstone.
I thought we were waiting until a year's
no,
data.
that's for the residential.
Well, this is a second reading, and I couldn't find a first reading. Anyway,
Oh, I was- yeah, but not really.
Okay, let me look at that. We may have gotten.
okay.
Maybe it's meant to be first reading and it
Well,
just
I
got
don't know, I
put
just
in
want to
wrong.
clarify,
And you're on the 25th, is that right, Patty?
you know, whatever that date was,
Yeah, 26th.
26.
26.
I didn't even actually know that we had given them that much direction to make it a resolution, did you? I did it, I was gonna say.
Okay, that's all I had, thank you.
Kind of do, it's kind of, but just put something together that's, you know, it wasn't specific. Anything else?
No, I just wonder when I can come harvest carrots, when you can sit
They're
on the
not
porch
ready
and
yet, but
give me
boy, do I have a
directions.
lot of greens. I should bring some tomorrow.
I'm gonna try to make a strawberry rhubarb pie
Right on my
tonight for all
rhubarb.
of you with
Nice.
Patty's rhubarb.
Mm.
I'll bring
Should
it
we
in.
move on to board open discussion? I would like to say something that I have to say now because I want to talk to you all about it and I have to do it at a public meeting. I was pretty shocked today by the extremeness of the status of the runway. That hasn't been any of our conversations about the airport at all. And I read every single word in that. So when he led the meeting with that, I was really shocked. And to me, that really begs the question of, so we're going to put in an entire new runway and move the taxiway?
So we have a lot of deferred maintenance on the runway, and we had talked about some of the sampling a while back. We have not had the final results of that to bring forward to you. So that's what we're hoping to have. But one of the consequences, of course, of extending our decision making, really since 2012, is that some of the more major maintenance, like rebuilding and getting into, just has not happened. And as we've delayed some of these decisions, you don't want to make a major investment, right, if you're moving the runway, which is our current ALP and approved EA. When the vision committee shifted that back, we've kind of put a hold, as has the FAA, on those major maintenance issues. So those are going to play a factor, just like our terminal is. We had shown some pictures of some core samples a while back, raising the concern, but you're right, Francie. We haven't made it a central issue within these discussions, but I do think at the staff level, we're starting to feel like there is going to be some urgency to making a decision at some point here, because we are going to have to approach the FAA, and this is going to be discretionary funding. This is exactly what we've been talking about.
I'm going to have
to
a
do
really
some of
hard
this.
time passing an ALP that has us have to rebuild a runway and then move the taxiway instead of just moving the runway and building a new runway if we need to build a new runway. And I'm really worried or concerned about the fact that this didn't come up with the visioning people. If they knew that we needed a new runway and they still were sticking to moving the taxiway instead of the runway, it's just, doesn't make any sense to me.
It's rebuilt. It's just like you do on a road. This is rebuilding where you go. It's not just an overlay. We're having to go down into the substrate and such. You can do that with the runway in place. And our runway has had sections built and rebuilt at different times. So our runway right now is at different ages depending on where you are on it. When it wasn't something we did discuss that the runway itself, has different ages and such associated with it, but we didn't have those kind of concerns with the core and sub. We've done that more recently to take those samples and such because some of the, I don't know what the right terms are, cracking or crazing of the asphalt indicated that the sub,
Right.
was starting
pretty
to
drastic.
deteriorate.
I forget his first name, but what he was saying, it was pretty drastic.
The core samples are a real concern for us. It's not, and I
Anybody
want to
else
be
share my
clear
concern
for
about
anyone, listening, that the runway is safe, right?
I get that. It's just, Greg?
Dan and I spoke about this at the end of the talk. I said, what does it look like? How much time do we have left with the runway before, it gets to the point where it really is
Dangerous.
a desperate thing? We've gone an extra 20 years almost, or 17 years longer than so it's been a long time. And he said they'll know this summer after they
Right.
get the core samples back
End of July,
sometime in end of July.
yeah.
So I think by then we'll have a much better idea, how much life is left in the runway as it is now, and then we can predict. It's like me and my roof. I liked his roof analogy because I'm
too.
thinking, well, okay, that's a leak, but how bad a leak is it? And,
Yeah.
what do I do?
But do
So-
anybody share my concern that now we're talking about moving the taxiway and building a new runway?
Well, the
I
thing
just
is that's-
thought it was
Well, we-
moving the taxiway.
I want to finish and address that too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Building a new runway on new ground is much different than rebuilding a runway on an existing platform. So they're not even the doing thing. So I
But we have
wouldn't
to
think
build a
you're.
new taxiway.
Well, you have to do it anyway, right? If we're
No,
talking
we
about
don't
doing
have
it
to
anyway.
if we move the runway.
That could actually be much more expensive.
Yeah,
is
you
what
have
I'm
to build a
saying.
new taxiway to
A
get to
new
the
runway
runway.
might be much more expensive, certainly, than a new taxiway, just because of the landing weight of the
We're
aircraft.
talking about a new runway and a taxiway now. Anyway, Steve?
Well, I wish
Sure,
we had
there's a
known
choice.
that in like 2018 or something, because I think that would have very likely swayed our decision on
Yeah.
whether to move the runway or move
Yeah.
the taxi.
Well, it has. This is a regular kind of thing that has to happen every, typically 20, 25 years. We're at 37 years. So it's always been a conversation that we either need to rebuild the runway in place, which was the proposed ALP before the FAA said we had to create the separation. Then we had the ALP moving the runway, and so we weren't investing in that kind of major maintenance on our existing runway. Otherwise, we would have been doing the rebuilds
sooner.
probably prior.
10 years ago.
But because we've been in this position where, we're shifting
We being
have not.
staff having to deal with the lack of decision, you mean?
Well,
Is that
there,
what you mean?
the
Community,
decision,
it's
the
the community.
community decision, yeah, we don't have firm direction, yet on which way to go. The maintenance, that runway is still being getting used, and so the maintenance is going to increasingly become an issue. And because it's going to be an issue that's greater than an overlay or something that's more
Yeah.
typical maintenance, it is going to be a larger dollar item outside of the guaranteed funding for the FAA. It will fall into the discretionary funding bucket, and that's where we have a real challenge because we don't have an ALP that's approved that would allow us to rebuild the runway in place, and we're working on direction from the board and
It's a
community,
mess.
right, to not move the runway and rebuild it to create the separation. So
I've
that's
been
our
asking
dilemma.
for 2 years about why they made the decision the way they did, and I still don't understand it at all.
So there's two reasons that I'll try and summarize. One reason was just the community perception and belief that moving the runway 80 feet to the west and 80 feet closer to Shale Bluffs would be unsafe. That
Right, but the expert said it wasn't. Okay,
exactly.
so that's one. What's the other?
The other that is probably more compelling is that rebuilding the runway in place takes less time.
Yeah, that's right.
And so,
Yeah, I
building
remember
the
that,
new
but
runway
now
could
we have
lead
to
to
do it
2
anyway.
years of closures versus 1 year of phased closures. And that was a really compelling reason, I think.
I
Yes,
also
but
thought
now
there
if
was
we
a
look at-
climate impact too, related to the amount of cement.
There was some question about embedded carbon being able to reuse. We didn't really have good numbers on that though, Kelly, but
Thanks, Kelly.
that was part of the conversation.
Yeah. One other thing I keep thinking about is, it's shifting the center line of the runway over 80 feet, but then if we expand it to 150 feet wide, which to me, the number of GA running off the runway, if we had a wider runway, we'd have fewer GA planes running off. They'd still be on
Said that a
the
million times.
extra 50 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, we could keep the airport open longer and not have these people running into the mud on the edge of the 100-foot strip.
This is not meant as direction to you, but
Yeah.
I would like to see an analysis of comparing fixing the current runway and then moving the taxiway, or moving the runway and abandoning the current runway, not just in money, but also in the amount of time it has to be
Yeah.
closed.
And we have some of that actually from the vision process that we can pull out. The numbers aren't aged at this point, so they, probably aren't, but you can get at
But
least
the
some order of
comparison, I mean,
magnitude.
Because,
And it was lower cost and faster to build in place was one of the compelling.
and move the taxiway?
Yes. Yeah.
Why is it so much cheaper to move the taxiway?
Taxiway doesn't have to be built to the same standards because of the landing and takeoff
Doesn't
stresses.
have to have the weight.
Yeah, the weight's
Yeah,
different.
right, I get that.
And John, if you built a new runway and moved it, you'd still have to do work on your taxiways because you'd have to reconfigure it so it connected to the runway. So it's not like you can just forget about the taxiways and build a new runway.
Well, and we're having the maintenance. We have a lot of deferred maintenance because we have been delaying this decision at least the whole time I've been here, and this has been a discussion well before that. So this was a discussion that started before, many, going on decades.
I can say I don't think we should open it up again and vacillate back to moving the runway. I think we should stick with our current track, which is keep the runway in place, move the taxiway.
Well, obviously, because you approved it, right, before, so.
So I think going back on that would be a step backward, certainly.
Yeah.
There's
We have an ALP
There's
for
a
that.
lot we'd have to do with
And-
that too. We'd have to have a modification of, because of building and we don't know about the road, Elk Creek
already have
Road
the
and the bike path and the
ALP.
wetlands.
Which
and
creates a
the-
longer delay, but I think we can still do
Not
it.
if we just did it and used the ALP we have.
Right, but is that really the outcome you want?
I mean, do we have to have 5 more years of discussion about it? when-
Yeah, at least 6. I'm working on it. Kelly, are you going to talk about CCI?
I feel like we should. The
Can I do
deadline's coming
something
up.
really quick before we get there? Real quick, Francie? I just want you guys, I've got the quote ready. I'm ready to start working on ordering the plaque. The Robert E. Lee quote. We're putting a new Robert E. Lee quote out there.
Who chose the new quote, just out of interest?
Abraham Lincoln, we're not using your one. This came out of, this was recommended by Dan Glidden and approved by the veterans and by the gentleman.
Yeah, what is it?
It is, with malice toward none, with charity for all. Abraham Lincoln's inaugural address, March 4th, 1865.
That's the whole quote? What is it again?
It's a whole paragraph, but we're only using the first sentence. With malice towards none, with charity for all.
Okay.
Plain and simple. Is everybody okay with it?
I want to read his whole,
I have a book at home. I'll bring it tomorrow.
yeah, I'd love to read his whole address.
I have a book
and
of
see-
famous statements
Because that
and
did
quotes.
seem short to me.
It's a whole paragraph, but we only have a plaque that's this big, and every letter you put on it costs a lot of money. And so we don't want to put the whole paragraph on there because the print would be this big.
It's not up to us, is it?
Well,
Well,
Kinda.
so it is the board's property and the board's decision, but it's been the board's practice to defer to the veterans on all matters in Veterans Park,
I defer
which
to the
is
veterans.
and they like this
And
quote.
are we actually deferring to the veterans, or are we deferring to one individual or two?
I talked to Colonel Merritt, and they ran it by I don't know who else, and we ran it by the gentleman who had concern about the quote, and he's okay with it. So we're not talking about it for 5 years. We're not creating a committee. We've got everybody approving it, and we're not going to do a 14-page quote on the plaque.
Okay.
Says Patty.
So.
I'll bring the book tomorrow, Steve.
One other item, is there any update on the fire by parachute?
Is that what the smoke's been about lately?
That was yesterday.
yeah, I know
Our
it's
sky was so weird down Valley yesterday.
all I've heard so far, Steve, is what's been broadly available in the news. I was going to reach out to my counterpart down in Parachute and see if they were needing any assistance. I think I believe I heard this morning it had gone up to 3,000 acres.
Oh my gosh, really?
The other one that was in Rifle was contained quickly,
Yeah.
about 10
Now,
acres.
this
or
one
so.
was 200 acres yesterday, and then we had those high winds and.
It was windy this morning, yeah. So I'll see if I can find something out. That's the last update I had.
Kelly, what other ideas do you have for CCI?
Besides land use and rent.
I think land use and rent are perfect.
Oh, yeah, we need the
We have
legislative
one more.
issue.
Oh, I had.
One more issue? I need to get home.
No, one more legislative issue potentially, if you'd like. And so, just so the board's aware, these are due July 7th, so we won't have another meeting. And so what staff is really looking for is direction on topics. We'll prepare initial legislative issue forms just so that we get in the queue, and then we can modify those or add on to them as that process moves
we're ahead of
forward.
where-
So we had the land use and red also. We'll dig the red up from, we've written that one several
Wait,
times at
what's
this
the
point.
other one?
Whether the board would want to look at seeking authority to tax vacant homes at a different rate, assessment rate, than residents. There's we have the tax uniformity, and so there were some ideas that we had, at least at the staff level, like, well, could you, if you were implementing a new property tax that was geared towards some of the equity issues like housing, for example.
Well, I do wonder if, I guess I would wonder, because that is part of what Prop HH endeavors to do, is, it has a scheme of assessment rates that apply over a number of years, and it applies them differently to non-resident-owned properties.
Exactly, but I think the differentials between them wouldn't mean as much in our community.
No, I guess I
Yeah.
just wonder if that means that kind of
The
question
uniformity.
is settled, or would be settled or not. I don't know. We should bring it up.
But I'm wondering if we want to just get in line with it, and then we
Is
can
the
always,
city talking about something similar with CML?
not that I'm aware of.
Who else has, other jurisdictions have one, don't they?
You know CCI is gonna love that.
I think-
Well, it may not get legs there. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think Colorado Springs is gonna go for it in a heartbeat.
But it would actually just, you would have to couch it as a local control issue, the ability to
We've
do
tried
that
that,
through
too, but
adoption.
that doesn't work.
Yeah, we'll try it, no worries.
That was the only other
Yeah, you can't
addition
term
that-
rental your house, you gotta live in it, but if you're vacant, we're gonna charge you even more.
And if the board is not comfortable that, you know, that could get legs, we don't need to spend time doing it. We just wanted to put it out there.
So,
I mean, I will say that
Fancy
was
your
one of the
lights on.
things that came out of the, tax
Fancy.
policy
Your
task
lights
force
on.
that I'm on in the
That's why I'm
short-term
opening
rental
so I can
paper
turn it off.
that we made recommendations to was this type of.
It's blinding me over here.
Is it work? Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna get legs at CCI, but I think we should bring it
All
up.
right, I gotta get out of here.
so a thought on that I thought of before was if this could be a stimulus to people to not have a vacant home, but have a caretaker living there, local employee who could live there. The house is not vacant therefore, and that person could be a local employee
They
doing
just put a
another job.
dummy in the window. Just like when you have to have two
Like a
people
Home
in your
Alone.
car.
So
Yeah.
that would be a really compelling reason, especially in light of
One of those blow-up
Melissa's
dolls.
idea of, creating more housing in the state for,
Yep. And we don't have that capability right now.
yeah.
And they'd let their out of it every once in a while,
Took my
Kelly, so it'd
bicycle
fly
to the
around the
music tent
house.
and left it there.
We said we just
Are we
put-
done?
I
think
don't
people
have
would
anything
probably
else.
like to go.
You probably don't have a wee second.
Okay, we're done.
Thank you guys for your help
do
today.
have a
So sorry about the
All right.
power
Thank you for
stuff.
that suggestion.
Francie, sorry.
Cheers, thank you.
So do we
I was
think-
horrified.
Do we think
Well, you
that's
know how I felt
low?
about the runway from the beginning.